Hello, beautiful people, and welcome to the Witches Symposium, where we gather in the spirit of the classical symposium for intellectual discussion and merriment. And I'm joined today by my dear friend and co-host Dion. How's it going, Dion?
Life is amazing.
Life is beautiful. And we're joined by our friend Josh Yao Setsul. How's it going, Josh?
Hey everyone, I'm super excited to be here. Really happy to be here, actually.
Yeah, man, this is so much fun. And we're also expecting Tiger Shark is going to join us. They're just running a little bit late, as well as Maddalena. And hopefully, fingers crossed, LH, we'll see what happens. It's still quite early for him over in Australia, but we're going to be going for a little while here. We have a bunch of presentations in store for everyone. But before we dive in, Josh, do you want to introduce yourself to the audience and people may know you through the Lady Babylon congregation. You're one of Ammon's students. You do a lot of those workshops with Maddalena. Say a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, sorry. So basically, I grew up Mormon, and it was a really bad experience for me. And so, as I left my parents' house and started living on my own, I started looking, understand my beliefs, and I ended up finding Ammon's work, and what he said really penetrated my soul. You know, when I initially saw it, it really changed my mind and everything that I thought I understood about religion. Like, I realized that I knew nothing at all, which is, you know, that's the first step of becoming a philosopher, is realizing that you know nothing and accepting that you can't know anything except that you know nothing. So that's kind of how my journey started, just through
Oh,
research
that's
and stuff.
beautiful.
Completely amateur, independent researcher. I don't go to school or anything, but by watching Ammon's videos, I was able to complete 20 units of the Hansen and Quinn textbook by myself. So,
If people want to go see you, they can see you in those workshop videos, and you know you're Greek and you're continuing to learn it. So that's pretty amazing. So thanks for introducing yourself, Josh. And we've just been joined now by our friend Maddalena. She's getting set up. How's it going, Maddie?
Pretty good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound great.
Okay, awesome. How's it going?
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Excited to be here with you all. Was just introducing Josh to the audience, and now we're going to introduce you. Do you want to say a little bit about yourself for the audience here?
I'm Maddie. I'm just mom, and I'm doing my own independent research as well, but mostly just been focusing the last 4 months on learning the Greek and reading a lot. Right now we're reading erotic poetry and writings, and it's a lot of fun. But yeah, I'm just chilling and hanging in there and doing art and writing a lot and reading. So yeah.
Amazing. It's exciting though. You know, we're all in this together and we're all learning and we're all exploring all these magical wild sources. And we've all been brought together as friends through the work of Ammon. And so today is sort of about that. We wanted to really explore this idea of the missing children. What happened to all of the kids, right? What happens to
Yeah.
all of these oracles? What happens to all of these boys that we see referenced throughout all these texts, throughout all this history, right? And Dion, what do you want? What are you going to be bringing for your presentation? What do you want to say about this topic?
All right.
Um,
Well,
Oh,
oh, I'm sorry.
oh,
Go ahead.
oh, I was just going to get into the question of Mark 14:51, uh, putting some context, opportunity, and motive behind it. Um, just to let you guys know, I don't speak Greek. I don't pretend to, so I won't be involved in any linguistic debates. I barely speak English at that, just so you know. And my presentation doesn't include snake venom or burning purple or anything like that. I have a whole different filter or set of data that I work with. So we'll see where the news leads me on that.
amazing. And what about you, Maddie? What do you have in store for us today?
Well, I was going to, okay, I'm not an expert or anything, and I didn't have very much time to prep. But what I did find is I gathered a bunch of different sources that I read in regards to using children in the divinatory process, right? But I wanted to start with the most gruesome stuff. So mostly about, sacrifice and specifically looking at the entrails to see the future. So wanted to
Oh,
look at that
wow.
first, and then the second thing I wanted to look at was just people either giving substances to children in ritual context or using children as and their essences.
Oh, that's exciting.
So
Haruspecs.
I just piled a bunch of sources, and I don't really have an opinion really on any of them. They're just interesting to read. So
Wild, wild stuff. How about you, Josh? What do you have in store for us today?
Well, so basically, my presentation is going to give us a neat chronology. We're going to look at the history of castration and how that relates to the introduction of eunuchs within civilized societies, and how monotheism is enabling that sort of practice to basically be continued to this day. I mean, monotheism is state ran, and it's still being ran to this day, just like it was in ancient times.
Yeah, wild stuff. Oh, this is gonna get spicy, guys. And I'm gonna be doing a little presentation where I want to examine um sort of these divinatory rites with boys as they're translated by Hans Dieterbets in the PGM, but children. And I'm gonna look at the PGM, we're gonna look at the Demotic magical papyri, and as well, we're going to look at is two later texts from the Middle Ages that are quite interesting. One is called the M.W. Rollins manuscript, which is an English grimoire. And then there's another one that's been published recently as Forbidden Rites, but it's an anonymous German text. And these are both written around the the German text is from the 1600s and the British text is from the 1500s. But you'll see a continuation of these rites into the future, and you'll see them moving from a pagan context to a purely Christian context. So it'll be interesting.
That's so wild how you can just see the transition from paganism to monotheism, across the board.
Right?
That's how it evolved.
Well, and what's so wild to me is when we're looking at all of this magical stuff, okay? So I'm trying to think in the minds of of a practitioner of necromancy, as a personal necromantic practitioner. Why are we using kids? Why do we need to use kids? And I think it's very clear they're trying to imitate Delphi. They're trying to imitate the Sibylline oracles, right? And they would be using children. And then the other thing is that a child is susceptible, right? You can influence them. When you read these magical texts, they're like, do you see Anubis? Can you do this? You can implant this kind of magic into a child. They don't have all of this preconceived stuff. At the temples, you have priests and priestesses who've dedicated their lives and isolated themselves and can do that kind of magic. But the average person will probably just lie to you. They can't just be an oracle, right? So there's this idea of using the child because of their innocence, because of their purity, because of their lack of imagination. You can implant upon them all of this magic. It's really kind of wild and creepy as F,
Well, you see how that further that sounds like the prototype for subliminal messaging and programming, the sort of manipulation tactics we see in advertising today, and consumerism, targeting subliminally, psychologically, the most basic needs of people, to put them in a childlike state and influence them in a way that controls them, where they can't think.
Absolutely. Right? The root of our society, of our Christian society, is this kind of magic, right? The whole Christian tradition is founded by teenage boys who are drugged and abused and then sent out into the world to go convert people, and if they don't convert, to kill them, right? With the sword, right? Including their families, you know? It's wild stuff. But I think we should start with Dion. What do you think, Dion? You want to go first?
All right, let's do it.
All
And I'm going to
right.
go fast because I got a lot of information, so we won't unpack all of it. Like to start off with, to let people know, trigger warning. We talk about sex, drugs, rock and roll, all kinds of wild stuff. If you feel uncomfortable about any of these topics, take care of yourself, click off. I can either confirm or deny any of this stuff. This is all just stuff off the internet. And yeah, let's go. So
Yep.
slide number 1.
Oop, sorry, guys. 1 second here. How do I remove that? Here we go.
All right. So I'd like to provide some context, opportunity, and motive to the scene at the garden in Mark that everyone's talking about. We're going to start with St. Cyril, 4 AD of Alexandria, proto-catechesis, the prologue. Number 9, it says, let your feet hasten to the catechisms, receive with earnestness the exorcisms, whether thou be breathed upon or exercised. The act is to you salvation, from St. Cyril. These are chrismed exorcisms. Now, mind you, in this one, they would put a veil on them because we've talked about the veil in the other episode recently, and we'll be talking about in other ones. But next image, please. All right. This is on the mysteries, and it talks about being naked. And to be baptized, you're oiled from head to toe. And if there's anything you want to read in there, maybe if you want to read it.
Yeah, I'll read it quickly here. It says, then when ye were stripped, you were anointed with exorcised oil from the very hairs of your head to your feet, and were made partakers of the good olive tree, Jesus Christ. For ye were cut off from the wild olive tree and grafted into the good one, and were made to share the fatness of the true olive tree. The exorcised oil, therefore, was a symbol of the participation of the fatness of Christ, being a charm to drive away every trace of hostile influence. For as breathing of the saints and the invocation of the name of God, like fiercest flame, scorch and drive out evil spirits, so also this exorcised oil receives such virtue by the invocation of God and by prayer, as not only to be burn and cleanse away the traces of sins, but also to chase away all the invisible powers of the evil one. After these things, ye were led to the holy pool of divine baptism, as Christ was carried from the cross to the sepulchre, which is before our eyes.
All righty. So you can see we're dealing with exorcism oils, baptisms. This is for St. Cyril, and we're talking about young boys or any initiate at that. This is called On the Mysteries, mystagogic catechesis. And what's interesting where he talks about going to the baptism afterwards, because that's going to be part of it later. I'll show the baptismal pool or baptismal font.
I also just want to add here, when I've been doing all this research into these divination spells, they're all related to baptisms and Christings.
Yep.
They often include Christings of the eyes. And we had even talked about how the Mormons say that the baptism of Jesus begins in the garden and then it is consummated on the cross. And this is almost affirmed here. It's almost like a magical spell, right? Jesus is on the cross and that's the olive tree. And then we're going to be put onto the olive tree, right? We're mirroring him. And in the same way, right, the child is with Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane. And then when he dies, the child shows up again. Remember, as that weird, he's in the linen cloth again with Jesus in the tomb at the sepulchre, right? And we're seeing that whole process here. We, as baptized, are going from the garden to the cross to the sepulchre, right?
Now, mind you, this saying at the bottom says something that's relevant to the story, which I'll talk about later, is that the sepulcher, which is before your eyes, the sepulcher at the Garden of Gethsemane, because there is a sepulcher there. It's called the Garden Sepulcher. And it doesn't always have to be the Holy Sepulcher tomb. There's other people that are positing the tomb is actually there too. So we're dealing with olive oil consecrations, exorcism, baptisms, anointings, blessings, contracts, and covenants is what I'm exploring today. Those 6 things right there. So go to the next image. All right. So that one got mixed in a little early, but that's okay. That's Jesus resurrecting the widow of Nain's son, which we'll talk about later. So it got mixed in there, but that's just where we're heading anyways. But go to the next image. All right, so we're going to start with our first contract. This is in Genesis. And what it says is, he said to the chief servant in his household, the one in charge of all that he had, put your hand under my thigh. Go to the next image and we'll show you. Oh, it got mixed up again. So it's all right. But yep. So try the next image and we'll see if it pops up. There it is right there. Okay, cool.
Okay. Sorry, Dion.
Yeah, it's an artistic representation from history of this act in putting the hand under the thigh to seal a contract. Now, the contract he wants him to do is to go out of town to find a wife for his son, a bride. Now, why does he have to put his hand on his penis? Because that's what that's for. That's what that stands for. And we would look this up. And now, if I'm talking about Genesis, my next source for this is going to be a rabbinic source, the Talmud Sheviot 38b, which talks about contracts being sealed on the Torah. And in this, there's a whole bunch of rabbinic literature that talks about this. If you don't have a Torah, then you could seal your contract and swear your contract on a circumcised penis. This is called Brit Milah, and this is the mark of the covenant. And because remember, this is the first Abrahamic law that Abraham seals. This is the first covenant. Deals with circumcision. Remember, my presentation is a little different, and this is where we're going. That's called Brit Milah. Now, you've heard of a mole. That's a rabbi who practiced circumcision. And they would suck the blood off the tip. We know that because that's been in the media for different reasons.
Well, there was children who got herpes. Remember, that was in the news last year.
Yep. And so it's a process. And then when they're done with that, they use a medicated bandage, a linen bandage, and it's soaked in balsam and myrrh. That's the practice with circumcision. So, and remember, this is the first Abrahamic covenant, the oath. So, all right, so let's go to the next image. And since they're leaning right there, that's proximity. So I want to show you proximity in some of these rituals and sealing of the covenant or oaths and blessings, anointings, exorcisms, and baptisms. Go to the next image. There it is. So this is called a triclinium. The Last Supper was on a triclinium. At the time, a lot of authors posit, which is a Roman type of a layout. The Last Supper wasn't a just table where everyone's facing forward. That's for artistic purposes. You could see in the back there, Jesus with John laying on him. I'm establishing the proximity of dealing with oaths and covenants and other things that are about to happen. So go to the next image.
Well, it's also interesting because John, right, is associated with wearing the linen cloth, right? And he's the only one to touch Jesus. He actually touches him here. He physically leans upon him. And you'll see that in classical art, right?
Yeah, and the other disciples get upset about it and even tell him, because it's like, hey, why are you guys so close? So here we can see in this particular image, John is getting very close, like if he's going to do an Abrahamic covenant, the Brit Milah, but he has a scroll there. Now we're going to deal with the scroll. Let's go to the next image, please. Ezekiel eats the book. Now he is cursed to eat the scroll, taking God's word within him. And it even says he finds it sweet to his taste. So we might eat a scroll, just so you know. This could be psychoactive paper, which I'm going to unpack in the next episode when we're going to get into those, using the carcina dye and the gall to extract certain biblical herbs at that to make hallucinogenic dyes for the paper. So let's go to the next image,
the
please.
PGM, it also says that you're supposed to write down like names of certain deities with myrrh ink and then lick it off the paper, just like this.
Yes, sir.
Like eating the scroll, like you're saying.
Yep.
You
All right, let's get that next image.
Insert the scroll, right?
Yep. Alabastrum.
It does kind of look like an alabastron if we go back here, right? Is that a scroll? Right?
Well, either way, it'll play into it. So we got our next image coming, please. All right, now we're going to talk about a couple other phrases because I've talked about blessings, anointments, anointing. We got contracts and covenants. We got exorcisms and baptisms, types of healings, using scrolls, using different types of linens, medicated papers. Here we're going to talk about body fluids. And this one, Jesus took him aside privately, away from the crowd, and he put his fingers into the man's ears. Then he spit and touched the man's tongues. And if his fingers are in the man's ears, so then it's his tongue that's touching his tongue. Let's go to the next image, please. And that's a healing of a deaf
Whoa.
person. So let's keep going. I got a lot of information. All right. So when Jesus had said this, he spit on the ground and made some mud and applied it to the man's eyes. This is John 9:6, talking about applying things to the eyes to heal. All right. Next image, please. All right. And medicated cloths. Yeah, that one ended up in there too. Wasn't even supposed to be there. You could see them. He has a scroll right there. I didn't even add that. I don't even know how it got in there. So let's go to the next image because I'm going somewhere else. All right, we're going to Lazarus. Lazarus resurrected. We're resurrecting dead boys. We know there was 3 people resurrected in the Bible, and they're all youngins. We see Lazarus as being older, but Lazarus is actually Martha's sister. I mean, Martha's younger brother of the household. She's in charge of the household. So he has to be young. Now, in this image, we got some things going on, and this is just the artist representation of this stuff. So we see that the mummy, Lazarus, El Wasir, is wearing medicated wraps because that's what you would do to a mummy. You would put him in myrrh and balsam and wrap him so to preserve the body. We could see that Jesus is healing him. If you know the story of Lazarus, that's where he tells him come out of the cave and resurrects him. But you can see Jesus has a scroll in his left hand, that same scroll again, popping up right there in a certain fashion for this resurrection. And mind you, like I'm saying, Lazarus is a youngin, not an old dude with the beard. Now let's talk about age stuff real quick. Go to the next image. Matthew 17:24, temple tax. Talks about after Jesus and all of his disciples, it says, and all of them arrive in Capernaum, the collectors of the 2 drachma tax came to him and said to Peter and asked, hey, doesn't your teacher pay the temple tax? And then so go to the next image. And so what happens is Peter has to ask him. And so in here, but before I even go to that, I'll tell you why. Because in Exodus 30:13, they established all who have reached their 20th birthday must give this sacred offering to the Lord. That's the temple tax. If you're over 20 years old, you got to give it to him. Go to the next image, please. And so what happens is, this is what he tells them. Yes, he does. He'll give you the temple tax. So he goes along with them, with Jesus, and Peter tells him. And what you, if you want, read it.
It says, okay, yes, he does, he replied. When Peter came into the house, Jesus was the first to speak. What do you think, Simon? He asked. From whom do the kings of earth collect duty and taxes? From their own children or from others? From others, Peter answered. Then the children are exempt, Jesus said to him. But so that we may not cause offense, go to the lake and throw out your line. Take the first fish you catch, open its mouth, and you will find a 4 drachma coin. Take it and give it to them for my tax and yours.
For my tax and yours, because the children are exempt because all the other disciples are under 20 years old. Next image, please. Because Peter has a wife and he's over 20. Now let's talk about the wrapping of the baby. Since we're going young, let's go back even farther to babies. Here's Jesus wrapped as a mummy in his little sindons. Why? Go to the next image, please. It wasn't in a manger. They put him in a feeding trough, a stone feeding trough. Next image, please, because it'll look like that. Now, here's one of these little toys you can buy online. It shows him in a stone manger that looks like a coffin, and he's all swaddled about in these little linen cloths wrapped up. Go to the next image, please, and we'll see why. Okay. And it said, and she gave birth to her firstborn, a son, and she wrapped him in swaddling cloths. What are swaddling cloths? It's like the mummy. And swaddling cloths are dipped in myrrh and balsam to help the baby. It's a practice. We're talking about medicated linen wraps, using them with children and Jewish rituals at that. Even let's go to the next image, please. All right, so now we're going to talk about. So even before we get there, I want to bring up a couple other things. We got if talking about the disciples being young, you can see in John 21:5, they're referred to as little children. And in John 13:33, they're told that they're little children, the disciples. You know what I'm saying? So I want to talk about the raising of the dead boys now, because we were talking about dead boys. This is where a lot of this is heading, and there's this relationship with the blessings and anointments, contracts, covenants, exorcisms, and baptisms, different types of healings. So this one, Elijah, 1 Kings, and he stretched himself upon the child 3 times and cried unto the Lord and said, "O Lord, I pray thee, let this child's soul come into him again." And then if we had read the next chapter, he does it again and raises the child. Well, this is Elijah. Elijah has a disciple named Elisha. And so one is spelled Elijah, the other one is Elisha. So Elisha, go to the next image, please. And this is Elisha. So he goes to a house where there's a dead boy as well. And he says, and Elisha got in the bed and lay on the boy, mouth to mouth, eye to eye, hand to hand. And he stretched himself out over him, and the boy's body became warm. Resurrecting a dead boy by laying on him. It's like a type of a sex magic. I don't know. And originally in this one, if we had read the statements before, he originally sent his staff to heal the boy, and they put it on the boy, but it doesn't work. So he has to come in person and lay on the boy. Oh, I think if somebody could mute their mic, we're getting feedback. Cool. Perfect. All right, let's go to that next image. We're talking about laying on boys. Well, there's the artistic representation of it. This is a biblical thing. And so just telling you, and it would suck if you're a preacher and you were to tell the kids like, hey, let's practice this Bible verse. Let's practice 2 Kings 4:20. Okay, you lay down, it's your turn. Nah, it's goofy. All right, let's go to the next image.
I just wanted to say I've actually had that done to me in the Mormon religion. They were doing the blowing of Elijah on us. Like
Oh
crazy,
no.
man. Yeah, they just laying on top of you and blowing in your face. It was weird as hell, man. Like you have no, you're trying to put it in the back of your mind, but that's really what's going on. They've been doing that. It's like normal. That's institutionalized. This blowing stuff that you're talking about, it's not a theory. It's literally being practiced today in modern Christianity. They do it to their children. I've had it happen to me in the Mormon cult. Like, it's totally real. It's fucked up, and I don't like it.
Yep, that was in our first opening statement, was when you're either breathed upon or exorcised. So there's another act that a boy dies, Eutychus falls out the window, Saul or Paul goes down there, and it says he fell on him and embraces him, lays on the boy, trouble you not, for his life is in him, and the boy is resurrected. Resurrecting dead boys by laying on them. A whole tradition. I mean, even like talking about the Mormon church, they're practicing it behind the scenes. So, all right, so let's go to the next image. All right, and it would have been that image that we first saw back in the original thing that was of Jesus resurrecting the widow of Nain's son, which is okay. It's just another dead boy that he resurrects. And that's in Luke 7:11. So now we're at the garden, you know, and I don't got much farther to go. Thank you for your patience and time. This is the secret gospel of Mark. Some people will say this is make-believe and phony baloney. And so, you know, but I'm going to use it anyways because there's a little context of it. And there on the side is one of these artistic renditions of the boy at the garden running away and getting his cloth taken off. And they made it red, and that's just all artistic stuff. So in the secret gospel of Mark, you have a story where Jesus raises a rich young man from the dead, and the young man falls in love with Jesus and begs to be with them. 6 days later, he visits Jesus at night wearing only a linen sheet over his naked body, and he spends the night with Jesus all night teaching him the mysteries of the kingdom of God. And this is in the secret gospel of Mark, and which some people say it's make-believe, but the context of it fits with the story pretty good. Now, if he were teaching him the mysteries, he would have to be baptized. We saw that earlier, and he would have to receive the Brit Milah, the circumcision, because you had to be circumcised. And so that's why some people older that came to the cult had to be circumcised. Just part of it, whether you're a little boy, a young teen, or an adult. And it fits in where my presentation is going. So let's go to the next image. All right, so now we're here at Mark, and talks about there was a certain young man who followed him around, having a linen cloth. We saw different types of linen cloths I showed you. It could have been medicated, who knows? And it says the young man took hold of him, and he left the linen cloth and ran off naked. Now, using the stuff I've showed you and some other things, I'd like to unpack that. Now, go to the next image. This is where it took place. It wasn't a park, it's an olive grove. And remember, the olive oil is what's used. It's a shemen mashiach. It's what's used for all the anointing in the Jewish rituals. Everything, the tabernacle, sacrifices, blessings, anointments, you put it on everything. So if you needed the oil for the ritual, this is where you would go. And this wasn't an olive grove for food production. This was a sacred olive grove for the Mashiach oil. And you know what? And it all deals with, that's the word Messiah, to be anointed is the Mashiach. All right. So also what you see in the bottom left-hand corner under that tent, they're excavating the mikveh. Now the mikveh is the sacred baptismal pool. That's right there at the Garden of Gethsemane. And you use the mikveh for after circumcision. You use it with women after their menses. You use it to clean a pharmacon before a sacrifice. It's used for all types of baptisms, all these different things I'm talking about. There is a pool right there that was used for this. So if one were studying the mysteries and had to be circumcised or doing any of these ritualized mysteries, this is the place you would do it at. And I talked about the garden sepulchre, which is just on the other side of the hill, which is a tomb where the thing rolls over, where St. Cyril talked about it. It was in sight of where this thing took place. Now, talking about who that boy is in the garden, there's lots of theories out there. Some people say it was, like you said, the angel that 3 days later, he's there at the tomb and he's wearing a stole, not a sindon, which in the feminized down at that. He's wearing a feminized white robe. So some people say that's the angel. Some people say it's the dead boy or ghost from the secret Gospel of Mark that he teaches the mysteries and would follow him around. Or it could be somebody that was being initiated, like I said, the Brit Milah, which you would have to get circumcised, and you would get the mysteries taught there. So I see this as a mystery school function going on with people that are underage. So there you go. That's all I think I got right there, unless there's another image.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's wild,
yeah.
Dion. Thank you, man. Wow. That's a crazy presentation.
I make no claims. I'm just showing opportunity, motive, and context to taking oaths, covenants, blessings, anointments, exorcisms, and baptisms with underage kids or any type of kids to teach them into the mysteries, break them into the mysteries, and using olive oil, using these different sacred anointing stuff. And this is what they were using then.
Wow. Before we break down into it, though, let's introduce our buddy here, Tiger Shark. He had the unfortunate pleasure of joining in the middle of your presentation. Hey, Tiger, thanks for joining. How's it going?
What's up, everybody? Doing good. Just got home to the other house in Dallas. But yeah, I liked your presentation. I agree with all of it. Yeah.
Amazing,
Good stuff.
amazing. We're going to have some fun here. You're going to be showcasing some of your thoughts later. You sent me an article that we'll be unpacking. That'll be a lot of fun. But what did everyone else think of Dion's presentation here?
I just wanted to say, Dion, I think what you said about the circumcision in the garden actually seems like the most likely cause of what's going on there. That makes a lot of sense. Like that he would have that sindon on after a circumcision. That's what they're pulling off of him as they're arresting Jesus. That would make sense because Jesus was a Jew. At that time, Christianity didn't exist. He's basically teaching non-Jews these practices that he would have already known for a long time. That's why I think it's really great that you said that. And also pointing out the baptismal font. So after circumcision, they would have needed that anyway. So he was in the place to do all those performances.
Now, people posit all the other stuff that's going on that could be introduced to that situation. This, I'm just laying a foundation of why you would be doing that.
Right. Yeah, no, there's definitely something wild. There's wild stuff going on there for sure. Right. And I think that a circumcision rite may be part of it. But to me, it seems certain that this is some kind of baptismal rite. It seems related to the Mithraic liturgy more than anything. right? When you dive into the Mithraic liturgy, all of this starts to get really, really quite crazy in the parallels for these kind of divinatory rites. And the Mithraic liturgy, it seems to be this whole thing about transferring power from father to child. You know, there's this weird thing going on there. What did you think about all this, Maddie?
I thought it was very interesting. Yeah. I like that you brought up Elijah and Elisha and how they laid right on top of the boy. And I thought it was really interesting how I never thought of Lazarus as being young, right? Um, and I thought that was very interesting as well, but it also makes sense, like, he's in a tomb and yeah, you're doing this like death rebirth kind of cult thing. So, s- uh, great job.
Amazing. So I think we should probably get Josh. How would you like to go next?
Yeah, if you want, you can just display my slideshow and I can talk over it.
Amazing. All right.
All
So we'll
right.
let
So
you go
we'll let you
next,
go
and
next,
then
and then
how about you,
how about you,
Maddie?
Maddie?
Sorry,
That
what's
sounds
that?
good.
And then we'll do Tiger, and then I'll end it out. And hopefully LH will hop on at some point, but we'll see. He's in Australia. It's still quite early. So, all right. Here you go, Josh. Oh, sorry. One second. Here we go.
Yeah, so today we're going to talk about how civilization, like the rise of early society, basically is what's enabling human trafficking as we understand it in a religious context and in a modern sense. So if you go to the next slide, please. The first slide we're going to go through is the early rise of civilization. So how that necessitated the need for slavery. Here, one moment. I'm just going to look at something real quick. So the earliest monolithic structures are created by human labor. And it's not just human labor like, oh, we're going to work together to build this thing. It's completely it's completely cohesive and built upon a religious ideal, which is coming from polytheistic agricultural religions. And as shepherd kings and tribal leaders within small agricultural communities throughout the world begin to gather surpluses of food and supplies and animals, it gives way for the ability to create construction. So temples, so a tribe leader will say, "Oh, we'll need to create a temple for this god. How are we going to do it?" Now the leader of the tribe now bears the responsibility of guiding all of the rest of his community in that pursuit. And so that sort of archetype is what becomes the basis for tyrants that we see in the future. This idea that the religiously entitled should be the ones leading and controlling the ignorant or the weak or the people that do menial labor. So we know that religious obedience was required and it was enforced by death. If you didn't obey to your religious beliefs within your society, you might be killed just for going against that. That was just common. That was standard. And as surplus accumulated, the farmers helped construct ziggurats, and these buildings that were constructed around these ziggurats became the basis for civilizations like Sumer. And so if you go to the next slide, we're going to see how castration became an integral part of controlling the citizens within those societies. And so castration as a practice begins agriculturally with animals. So you need to castrate the animals to make them obedient when you make them work animals. So a normal cow that hasn't been castrated is going to be really aggressive, and he might throw off your plow. He's not going to listen to you when you're trying to work fields. So this idea of cutting off the genitalia has been known since the dawn of agriculture, at least. So controlling animals is in some ways what inspires the tyranny that we see in societies like Sumer. We find the first recorded evidence of eunuchs within Sumerian society. Specifically, when Sumer is conquering other states within its regions, they're capturing citizens, castrating them, and integrating them within their societies and teaching them the Sumerian language. And this sort of invasion, integration strategy, has been standard practice in the history of invasions and conquerors for a millennia. And we see it constantly. Like the idea of creating eunuchs from your enemies is so far spread. You even find it in China in the Shang dynasty, where the use of eunuchs becomes completely institutional within the royal palaces. So between 2100 BC and 1046 BC, we see a huge range of different civilizations utilizing the practice of capturing children, castrating them, and then integrating them as part of their society. I don't know if you want to read any of that or if you see anything that's interesting, but if not, we're going to move on to the next slide.
It's pretty wild stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
kind of just interesting.
So, the next slide, we're going to be talking about kind of the consequences that come along with warring against other people. So, you get castration, and then you also get metallurgy. So, as soon as you get metallurgy, you get warfare, because now you have the ability to make weapons to go kill your enemies. And not only that, but it creates the ability to get your animals involved too. So now we got war chariots and stuff. So any militarized society that's foundations are from agriculture end up becoming this way, because materialism is the philosophy of nomadic pastoralists. The need to survive and to have a surplus or an abundance of resources is necessary. And without because some of these pre-literate societies are not creating civilization to last beyond a certain period of beyond their lifetimes, basically. This cycle repeats over and over again through tyranny, through the different rulerships of city-states within different civilizations around the world. It all involves capturing the artisans of a society, the craftsmen, the farmers, everyone that's useful, and then utilizing them for the benefit of this society. And it's enforced through slavery and cruelty and armed guards. And so if you go to the next slide.
Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, it's this is so. It really makes me think. Are you familiar with? I think what's his name? David Graeber. David Graeber posits that the beginning of civilization occurs with this whole rise of piracy, basically the abduction of people and the enslavement and the utilization of people. And Herodotus begins his histories with the abduction of women. And like it seems like he says that leads to capital, because you wind up getting these mobile mercenary bands who go and raid other people, but then they're hated, so then you have to pay them with money, and they need some kind of currency or something they can exchange when they travel around, so that their wealth isn't tied to a place, because as mercenaries who are pirates, they're so hated.
Yeah, and so the next slide is literally going to get into that. So we had the rise of boats and piracy. So the ability to create boats and ships, there's evidence of canoes and stuff around the world as early as 8000 BC, but we don't see like plank ships that are able to navigate deep oceans until around like 2500 BC. We got the Khufu boat it's this giant solar barge that was buried by the Khufu pyramid, and it represents one of the earliest found and preserved boat vessels ever found. But maritime dominance is important, and it's completely essential for military dominance in antiquity. And so the Egyptians became super powerful as a result of their boats. And that technology is even being recorded in Greek myth as being brought from Egypt into places like Argos. Like there's a myth of King Danos, who fled from Egypt with a 50-oar galley. And so the invention of these kinds of boats is the basis for things like the Argo, which is what Jason and Medea write on later. So as soon as we get boats in ancient civilizations, then we also get piracy. And so ancient civilizations like Crete and Minoan Crete, I mean, they have to deal with piracy since their inception. I mean, they're obviously the Cretans are also trading with Egyptians, so they would have been influenced by their boats and their sailors. So also their piracy. There was Egyptian pirates, there was Phoenician pirates, there was pirates of all kinds in antiquity. Anybody who had a boat could potentially be a pirate.
Well, we even get like Apollodorus tells us that in the earliest annals of Egyptian history, they were practicing the Amazonian stuff that we see later at Toroi, where any foreigners who would crash on their lands, they would just assume were pirates and would crucify them, right? They try to do that to Heracles in one of the stories, because they just immediately view anyone who lands on their shores as a pirate. That's how dangerous it is.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's said that King Minos, established his own naval empire to protect Crete from the pirates. And so it said that he created the first theocracy, or thalaccracy, you know, so like a sea empire.
Thalaccracy, yeah. Ruled by boats, yeah.
But so, and then also Hymenaeus, he was captured by a group of Pelasgian pirates. So, you know, it's not mutually exclusive to any one group where piracy comes from. It's just universal with the inception of boats. And as I discussed before, like the need for military dominance is prevalent in materialistic nomadic pastoral societies. So as soon as you give them technology like this, they're going to use it to take and bring back to the surplus. You know, it's the same concept of trying to elevate a society through boats and through naval dominance. And so the next slide, we're going to talk about more castration. So abducting and castrating foreign prisoners of war is just standard practice. I mean, as I said before, it's recorded as early as Sumer, the use of eunuchs as scribes within palaces. And in China, it's traditional to have eunuchs within the palace. And it's as early as the Shang dynasty in 1000 BC. So it's a very ancient tradition to basically castrate a boy so that he can't interfere with the royal lineage or have any chance of having children to rise against you in the future, basically. Because that was a big
problem.
And
used as sex slaves, right? Because they'd often would, you know, there's different types of castration, right? And there's the most common form of castration was a way in which it wasn't the removal of the phallus, it was just the removal of the testes, so that they could still get an erection and have intercourse, but they weren't bearing children.
Yeah, and like we see the use, like that sexual use, like you're saying, we're going to talk about it in the next slide, because the blending of castration and creating eunuchs is directly correlated to the use of boys as sex slaves within royal societies. Because even before castration, they were using boys as cupbearers and attendants. They were basically attractive boys that would bring you drinks, and you had an erotic relationship with this person, this attendant. And that's as early as Crete, which I'm going to talk about in the next slide. So, Cretan education. So, the myth of Zeus abducting Ganymede is as old as the Iliad. It's first recorded in the Iliad. So, Zeus having this pederastic relationship with Ganymede is an ancient concept. It's as old, at least, as the Iliad, and it's evolved over time through the interactions with the Near East and the slave trade. So, the pouring of the ambrosia was the cupbearer's responsibility, and he was a sexual companion. So, you see how that directly correlates with the slave trade, right? So, all of the people that were abducted by pirates would be sold off as slaves to perform tasks like this, being a cupbearer. And when the Dorians invaded Crete, they started integrating some of the institutional practices that were there, which involved a ritual where they would abduct children and for 2 months systematically train that child to be bonded to a male master. I can't really see the text. If you could read some of that, Snappy, I'd really appreciate that.
Which part are you looking at?
Can you read the part with Aristotle?
Right. So Aristotle states that the Cretan lawgiver deliberately instituted male-to-male sexual relationships to prevent the island from becoming overly populated by too many children. Whoa. Because the Cretans claim their laws were handed down directly from Zeus, Plato accuses them of fabricating the myth of Zeus abducting the boy Ganymede for the justification to indulge their own sexual pleasures. While their literal job was to mix wine with water and pour it, their sexual function was to serve as objects of interest, visual pleasure, and erotic desire for the older male guests, Erasti. The physical act of serving required the youth to move gracefully among the reclining men, displaying his beauty, youth, and submissiveness. The pouring of the drink was essentially a socially acceptable pretext to keep a beautiful youth in the room as an object of shared admiration and courtship.
Yeah, and so why that's important is because we see it's a royal tradition. Like the Cretans are doing it in the royal palaces, but it's also going as far as like Persia, and in the Persian palaces, they have eunuchs basically performing the same tasks as attendants and servants within those courts. So when these cultures are interacting, they're exchanging abusive ideas
Right.
through sex trafficking and pederasty, which in some cases is institutional from the foundation, like in the case of the Cretans, perhaps. Well, see, it's up to debate. Like Plato's debating where it comes from. He's like, well, I think they're just retconning it because of the myth of Zeus and Ganymede. They're just using that to justify the system that the Dorians have instituted. But the Athenians themselves see the military coercion of the Dorians after they adopted this system, and then they adopt it too because they see that it's effective. So it's a little messed up, but then that same popular practice is what's becoming standard in the Platonist schools, and pederastic institutions like that are borrowing those ideas. And so if you go to the next slide, you're going to see a detailed, just read some of that stuff out. That's the process of what they do in this Cretan abduction ritual, initiating the child.
All right. It says the Cretan harpage abduction ritual. The notification. The older man, the Erastes or lover, notifies the boy's family and friends 3 days in advance of his intent to abduct the youth. The evaluation of and theatrical abduction. The family evaluates the older man. If he is of equal or of greater social or moral standing, they can seal the boy, put up a purely theatrical fake resistance on the day of the abduction, and allow the boy to be taken. If the man is deemed unworthy, they genuinely prevent it. Isolation. The lover takes the boy first to his own men's dining hall, the Andrion, Afterwards, the pair retreats from the city to the wilderness or countryside for a strict, legally mandated period of 2 months. Wilderness period. During these 2 months, the man and the youth spend their time hunting together and feasting. The lovers' friends often join them and contribute financially to the expenses of their retreat. Mandatory gifts. By law, the 2-month period must end. Before returning to the city, the older man is legally required to present the youth with 3 specific gifts: a military outfit tunic symbolizing entry into martial life, an ox for religious sacrifice, a drinking cup symbolically or symbolizing entry into adult symposiums. Sacrifice and feast. Upon returning, the boy sacrifices the ox to Zeus and hosts a feast for his friends, using the meat, demonstrating his new status and the wealth of his mentor. The vetting. The boy is permitted to publicly declare if the older man's behavior during the 2 months was honorable. If the man used force or behaved poorly, the law allows the boy to seek redress and immediately terminate the relationship. Evaluation. Having completed the ritual, the youth is granted the title of Klenos, renowned, honored one. He is now permitted to wear the distinctive military clothing given to him, permanently marking his transition into the aristocratic martial class of citizens.
Yeah, yeah. So as you can see there, it's highly institutional what they're doing, and
Wow.
it's spreading as far as Athens from Crete. You know, that's like 100 miles away from each other, a little bit.
Wow. That's
And if you go
creepy
to
as
the next
crap.
slide, we're going to talk about monotheism and how it's basically a tool, a political tool. If you could just go through and read these paragraphs, I'd appreciate it, Snappy.
Sure. Religion and state are always opposed each other politically in a polytheistic system. This was to enforce state control. Tyrants like Akhenaten forcibly erase and replace native Egyptian gods with a singular image of Aten the sun under his authority. This archetype and Atenism inspired future monotheistic religions like Zoroastrianism, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. By simplifying pre-existing polytheistic systems, monotheistic groups became politically powerful against polytheistic religious states. Judaism borrows characters like Elyon and Asherah directly from the cuneiform Ugaritic writings, demonstrating how early Judaism was completely polytheistic and non-secular. Zoroastrianism is inherently polytheistic, with multiple gods and beings influencing the eschatology of Judaism. It is not monotheistic in the traditional sense. Christianity and Judaism project onto it as if it were one. Christianity is directly built from the condensed pagan foundation of Judaism, which synthesized standard in Near Eastern religions. Islam directly diverges from Arabian and Syrian polytheistic religion, contemporary with the Christians and early Canaanites.
Yeah. So monotheism has never been a religion about being good to other people. It's never been an ethical religion about serving other people or being a good Samaritan or anything like that. As we've been discussing, it's coming from pagan and polytheistic religions that function and enable abuse. And these monotheistic ones are no better. They're fully admitting and trying to cover up the fact that their ancient past involves abuse.
Well, you bring up two really interesting points, or two really perfect examples here with Atenism and with Zoroastrianism, because we can see this happening in both of these examples. So Akhenaten creates Atenism as a way to usurp power from the religious class and to empower himself into a cult of personality, right? And this is what monotheism allows, right? If you are the sole prophet of the god, or or you have that image of God, then you become this empowered character and you're able to take over. When we look at Zoroastrianism arrives out of the earlier Median Magi religion, and Zoroaster is a reformer, and he's purposely trying to stop the drugs and the wild kind of multi-form religion that is happening in the countryside. He's trying to bring it to heel. I have the one drug right. I'm the only one. You got to come and go through me if you want the Homa, you know? And it's all about political control. Monotheism or monotheisms or that pull towards monotheism is all about systemic control and tyranny.
Yeah, and it's also erasing the real history that's beneath it, like trying to say that, no, we weren't Canaanites, which is why we got to go to the next slide. So, like you were saying, they're simplifying really complex polytheistic religions, trying to blend them and synthesize them into something simpler than they actually were. And so the Ugaritic texts and Sumerian texts and many other Near Eastern texts influence the stories that are actually in the Bible. And the proto-Jews, what we think of as Jews, are really called Canaanites. And they never had a unique alphabet to write down their stories. They wrote their stories down in different languages at different eras. They wrote in cuneiform, in Phoenician letters that they didn't invent, and Aramaic. And so modern Hebrew is an invention from Aramaic. And that's important because we know in the Septuagint Bible, they abandoned that language to start writing in Greek. When they did that, they were able to record and create a story and a narrative that suited their needs. They were able to cut away anything they didn't like and edit it to their liking. And by doing that, they've created a narrative from their original history because they were Canaanites.
Well, you know, I think too, like what we really see with the creation of like the Israel as a country and as a like a Jewish state, it really emerges after we have the fall of Babylon and we have the Persians come in and free the aristocracy of the Jewish tribes and bring them back into Israel, right? And this is what creates the Babylonian Talmud. This is where we get a lot of these texts start to arise at this time. And this is where you start to see the emergence of a more strict monotheism. And it's in influence from Zoroastrianism, and it's in opposition to the Egyptians. There's also this connection where we have to remember that it's hard to say where they came from, but there's this strong potential that the Hyksos are related to Akhenaten. And they may have been people who were forced out of Egypt after Akhenaten and his reforms were stopped. And where would they go? They go to Israel. So Israel, you know, these modern Israelis, these Canaanites, these Philistines, they're kind of a mixture of a multitude of different groups. And they got this influence of these monotheistic tendencies coming from this Hyksos Egyptian source and from the Zoroastrian source. And Israel is sort of politically advantageous to Iran, right, to the Persian Empire, because they want to create a buffer state that separates them from Egypt. And it's just super advantageous that this whole founding of their nation rests on this myth that they're slaves in Egypt and that they're tortured by the Egyptian, and you got to hate the Egyptians and you got to hate polytheism. It's all politically advantageous. And the fact that they make their first messiah, Cyrus the Great, the leader of the Persian Empire, right? It seems to me like that idea of like what we see as Judaism really begins with this Zoroastrian influence, this Persian influence designed to create a buffer state between them and Egypt. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so it goes to show that one, like our idea of Judaism and Christianity is not a singular item. Like one, the Jews that were living at the time of Cyrus the Great probably were having a religious crisis about what they wanted to believe. You know, they've been captured by multiple people. they were originally writing in Ugaritic, and there's even evidence to support that, Abraham lived in. Well, they say Abraham lived in Ur, and they reference Sumerian stories. So was there Canaanites that lived as far back then and were adding that into the Bible? Who's to say? Because by the time they're actually recording the Septuagint, they're actually editing all of these different Near Eastern stories and blending it into one tradition for them.
That's a really good point about the Chaldean Sumerian connection with, yeah, good point. Yeah. Yeah, they're kind of a melting pot, right? They're right in the middle of the Middle East. Everyone's kind of going through there, and they kind of created this ideal national religion out of it.
Yeah, like the Bible isn't a real narrative. It's made up of different narratives and stitched together and told as one story. Like, so to create characters like Solomon and stuff, who we don't have any evidence of, like a Solomon's temple or anything, and then say that Cyrus was the one that decreed that, and he's a real historical figure, but we don't have any texts of him saying anything about a Solomon's temple, let alone talking about Jews in the way that we understand them today. So,
well, and I mean, like, Solomon just completely falls apart once you start to dive into the Greek text, and you realize that all of that Solomonic magic and imagery that they're doing, that story's been told before, right? It appears in Aristophanes' Birds verbatim.
Well, even the character of like Musaeus, there's like, right. I've seen pottery of Linus teaching Musaeus how to write. So it's like, is Moses
Musaeus? Yeah, could he be a corruption of Musaeus? Yeah.
Yeah.
And Musaeus is the, for those who aren't aware, is the prophet of Orphism and was the son of Orpheus, the most famous of the Orphics, but we've lost all his writing.
Yeah, see, and that's a beautiful point, because the Canaanites that use the Phoenician script, if the Phoenician letters are indeed from Cadmus, which I believe they were, then if they're talking about Moses in reference to Muses, then maybe it's a lost memory of when the Greeks actually lived in that region, Cadmus and Linus in Phoenicia and Tyre, before, like, they would have lived before the earliest inscriptions of Semitic Phoenician letters are recorded anyway. So what I'm saying isn't out of the possibility, but we need to move on to the next slide. So there's human and child sacrifice in religious it's just ubiquitous. When we think about a ritual, someone's doing a ritual, what do you think? Sacrifice. What are they sacrificing? An animal or a person? It's completely, I mean, even in the Bible, they're talking about the Canaanites passing their children through the fires to Moloch, burning them alive, sons and daughters, burning them alive. So, and some of this is actually early evidence. Like, this is some of the earliest evidence we have of child sacrifice is actually from the Bible, them recording, talking about themselves, burning children alive. So, the idea that the abuse isn't institutional or like baked in and part of the religion itself is ludicrous, because we know that these religions themselves are forming from abusive societies that are abusing children, and trafficking children.
It's important we talk about this a bit. In anthropology, we discuss how, child sacrifice is a human universal. It's pretty much, where people are, this practice occurs. And it tends to occur for two primary reasons, right? We have the scapegoat, where the child in times of desperation becomes this element that takes on the burden, right? The cow, the goat, just like anything else, you sacrifice that which you hold most dear, which is most precious to you, in order to pacify the gods. You give them which was most beneficial to you, But then we also have the secondary forms of child sacrifice that a lot of people forget about and is the most common, and that is miscarriages. And, and so many children were dying as miscarriages, or were being born as deformed children and were being left out to die.
Well, yeah, and there's a whole tradition with that, with the midwives and stuff, which I didn't mention, because I'm mostly focusing on all the boy abuse, but you're completely right. Like, the idea of a sacrifice definitely would have been inherent with just giving birth, like having women give birth, witnessing that medically over time, you're going to see anomalies like that, and religious context is going to be applied,
Yep. So the vast majority of human sacrifice that we see is the secondary kind. And even when we do see the regular kind, it often immediately falls out of favor, and you get substitutes. Oh, instead of using a child, we're going to use this vegetable or use this other thing, But it's still wild. Good. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, so the second paragraph I put, the PGM requires a pure virgin child for means of divination. And the PGM itself has figures like Abraham, Moses, and Isaac. And so it's demonstrating that these texts themselves were being used within these Jewish and Christian communities, like from their inception. Why are they? I mean, these texts are being compiled together, and they're mentioning early Judeo-Christian deities, and like mentioning Yah, Sabbath, using words that we find in the Bible too in the PGM.
Right. And some of that PGM, right, we got to remember is that the PGM is a text that is building off of a far earlier tradition. Like this is a magical manual written by an elite class of magicians for ritual use, right? So this is well established traditions, which is why it makes it so wild,
Yeah, and so like we know by the time the Jews are writing the Septuagint in Alexandria, Alexander the Great would have brought Hellenic culture to that region. So the idea of like having a cupbearer as an attendant, as a boy youth slave, would have been even more prevalent in that region, because that's where those practices originate, in the Near East. The practice of creating eunuchs, having a slave attendant, having child slavery and slaves, like that was ubiquitous in that area. So Jesus, when he's in the garden, he's saying, "What are you doing? You're coming against me like I'm a laistace." So it's clear that he knows Greek, because he's using the Greek word for pirate. And if you go to the next slide, we're going to look at all these different examples where we see laistace or pirates capturing neoniskos or children. So just read some of these for me, Snappy. We'll start with just start at the top, please, if you could. I'd appreciate it.
Will do. In the Dionysus kidnapping myth, a crew of Tyrrhenian pirates spot the god disguised as a beautiful young man, a Neoniskos, in a purple cloak, sitting on the shore. Believing him to be the wealthy son of a king, they swiftly capture him and drag him onto their ship to hold for ransom. Wow.
Yeah, so right at the bat, we got Dionysus getting captured as a kid, as a youth, getting abducted by pirates. And Jesus is like, whoa, what do you think? So what is he implying? That he's kidnapping a kid? Just like the way Dionysus was kidnapped by Laistace? Why else would he use that word? And so, like, what do you think about that?
Well, this is something that,
historically we see this.
This is something that drives me nuts, because people want to dismiss this word and they want to reduce it away. They want to say that piracy is not about human trafficking. Piracy is about the acquisition of goods. But if we go back to the earliest roots of this, it's always people, the main booty. Right? Why do you think it's called booty? Right? Because the main thing that you were stealing were people, young children, girls and boys. That's what you were taking. That's what the pirates wanted. That's what they were after. So we have it being used in this context. So for Jesus, he could have used another word, but he used the one word that's related to piracy, for which other people are being charged. That's the other thing. When he gets crucified, he's being charged with other pirates, other people who have abused kids, who are murderers and thieves,
Yeah, and like even Julius Caesar was captured by Laistace.
Right.
And Plato was also captured by Laistace. So it's a reoccurring theme that famous people are getting captured by pirates. It's a known fact. It's a known fact throughout the ancient world. Before Judaism really got popular, before Canaanite religion became the Judaism we see today, all of this, I'm talking about like the piracy and the trafficking, all that I've mentioned before, the castration, that was all going on and was well known, well practiced. And like you said, it's a known fact that Phoenician pirates captured Io and Medea, and just people were trafficking each other back and forth, capturing each other's people and bringing them back to their land.
Wow.
So this idea of piracy is just completely ubiquitous. So the idea that he's saying that, oh, you think I'm a lace-face? Yeah, probably. And that's also why they put a purple cloak, they put a purple robe on him when they're crucifying him, just like this imagery that we see in this.
Right. And it's because the purple trade was run by what? The Phoenicians, who are pirates, right? And what are they abducting? They're abducting kids to use them in what? Divination rites, where they're doing what? Drugging them with purple. Like, it's
Yeah.
all connected.
The murex snail, the stuff that is the dye actually is a drug. What it's secreting is a drug. Literally, that substance is like a narcotic. It's a depressant. So like a benzodiazepine, it will shut down your respiratory system. It will put you to sleep. So if you're drugging someone with this, it's like a roofie. You could roofie them with this murex stuff. So the dye traders would know this because they're the ones extracting the snails. So regardless, that's what's going on.
Yeah, wild stuff.
And so the next slide is about secret societies. So the Greek mystery schools were to themselves, and they were drug rites. And Pythagoras, he was an educator, and he's what inspired the Platonic schools that end up becoming pederastic. The Platonic schools introduce Platonism, which is in a way like monotheism. It's a way to strip away the mythology of Hellenic culture and to think about the one. It's to simplify everything into one for control, if you're wondering.
Right.
Well, in my opinion. But so secret societies work and operate on this idea that basically an initiate is being utilized for a grand purpose, for constructing something, for building a plan, for completing a project. And so just read some of these paragraphs that I wrote here, starting from Freemasonry promotes the idea of slavery, please.
Freemasonry promotes the idea of slavery and pearls before swine, hearkening back to the construction of the pyramids by unwitting slaves. Secret societies are modeled after ancient religious priesthoods that controlled the hierarchy of caste systems within ancient societies. Combined state and religion, polytheist or monotheist, allows for the priest caste to control slaves, civilians for building projects like temples, roads, markets, and civil buildings. An elite hierarchy controls an ignorant initiate population. An instituted state cult manipulates populations within societies to accomplish subversive movements to maintain economic gain and control. Feudal society was inspired from the tyranny of ancient monarchy. Anything saying Jesus is your savior is lying to you. It's manipulation. It's political control. Jesus was arrested for being a pederast, such as many other people at the time he lived.
Yeah, so it's just not an uncommon thing. We know people were trafficking children at that time and earlier. So it's no surprise that Jesus is getting killed for this. But what's surprising is the cult that forms around it. And so then we get into the next slide.
Well, this is where, we get into this whole idea of the secret society. Ammon makes a big deal of this in his book, right? Christianity was originally the way. And, you had to give up all your things and forsake your family. And he's drugging. One of the things you see with these rites that they're doing is you're drugging these young manipulative people, and you're sicking them on other people, and you're creating this whole racket, this whole society outside of society. That's how it was able to undermine Rome, right? There's this what's that guy? Novus. I'm trying to. There's this one historian. I can't remember this Roman historian where he actually like does a fall of Rome telling, and he basically blames the Christians.
So this is the last slide of my presentation. I would just like you to read like the paragraphs in it, and
Sure.
I'll just give my closing thoughts. But
All right. Let's read this. Awesome. Okay. The rise of Christianity and the resulting crusades left many adult and child casualties of abuse. Genital mutilation was encouraged by Origen for purity. Sodomy was used to punish and chastise pagan children, as well as trauma convert victims. The abduction and rape of children of countries with standard invasion practiced throughout the Crusades and also during the Muslim and Ottoman invasion eras. Secret societies like Freemasonry were built upon presumptions without archaeological evidence, like Solomon's Temple and the non existent ancient Hebrew. This led to the destruction of pagan knowledge, book burning, as well as the ethnic slaughtering of polytheistic groups deemed barbarous. The systematic destruction throughout the 1st century AD onwards is what built the abusive Epstein empire we live in today. Every country is a transnational criminal organization with a crime-supported economy. The mafia. Maritime law existed before common law, and exporting goods is what fuels the world today. Through the control of ignorant people who are at odds with the demands of their monotheist overlords, religion has been used to systematically oppress and lie to abuse children. Monotheism and religious lies perpetuate a world that enables the abuse of children religiously. Revelations and the concept of end times is a mutual destruction fantasy of monotheistic tyrants that seek to control the population through lies and war, and religious abuse and the Epstein empire. Beautifully said.
Yeah, so thank you so much for reading that, Snappy. Like, I couldn't have said it better than you. Like, you have such a great voice, and like I hear the muse speaking through you when I'm able to give this information to you. And like, basically my whole point with that is we see state-ran institutions promoting Christianity right now in our government, in our politics, and even the criminal organizations like the mafia operate within Catholic environments and religious environments. So criminal organizations also operate within religious ones. So they justify criminal acts through religion as well. So abuse, child abuse, anything you can think of is still being performed by these criminal groups to this day. And they ignorantly perpetuate that through their monotheistic beliefs. And some of them with money. I mean, we see Epstein. We see people like Donald Trump. We see people connected with the mafia have money. The people in power that are monotheistic aren't reading the sources or caring about the history. They're perpetuating the abuse. And what we've documented here today is that abuse. So that's my presentation.
Beautiful. I loved it. Wow. What did you think, Maddie?
I'm sorry, did you call on me?
I did. What did you think of Josh's presentation?
Amazing work. Yeah, definitely. I love how you laid out the history, and I love how deep you get into it. It's definitely, I don't know. There are so many facets of how capitalism and greed have been systemic in the world and how it's affected religion and control over masses. So I think you nailed that for sure. Yeah. I feel like I have more thoughts but I can't on a whim right now.
Yeah, because it's just like we see it. It's in front of our faces all the time, and that's like part of why I broke away from Mormonism was just how obvious it was becoming. Like what the lies were. Like people be like, "Oh, you believe in Joseph Smith? How am I supposed to continue lying to myself and other people about what's not true? You can't keep lying to yourself." So when we're presented with evidence like this, it gives us perspective, and when you're able to have that chronology, you can see why it makes sense that
when you read the Greek, you can actually see that Jesus was arrested with a kid that he was abusing. He could have been circumcising him. He could have been doing a PGM ritual on him. It's a form of abuse, and it's literally religiously instituted, and it's ancient, as we've established.
Yeah, wild stuff. How about you, Tiger? Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, there's a lot there actually. There's a lot more to read on that topic because the Romans had a different law compared to the Greeks with pederasty. They obviously allowed it, but they only allowed it if you couldn't take a freeborn Roman citizen because that would demasculate him. And also if you were a male, you could only do intercourse. You could only penetrate basically a slave. And so that was their law, right? And so is there any, like when Jesus said, I was not a laestes, he obviously wasn't saying it in that context though, because probably the Neoniskos was a Jewish boy. And so he's trying to probably say that to the Romans because the Jews might have been saying that to them, right? In that context.
Well, and Jesus is a teacher, so he has to like make the student under him, you know. So standard practice of the pederasty of Greece, you have like a child lover underneath you, like as I was talking about with the
but it wasn't the same as the Romans. So the Greeks actually did it to bring up that citizen to the same level, and that was the Roman switch. The Romans said you can only do it if it's a masculine hierarchical system in the pederasty. So there is a difference there between the two of them, and I don't know how it plays into this text with the Judeo-Christian model of pederasty, but it's clear as day. I mean, it's not only all over the New Testament, right, with the pais that's in Matthew as well. It's also in the Old Testament with David and Jonathan. If you guys ever looked at that relationship, it's just like, what the hell, right? That one's like right in your face. There's even some context there from like you have that book by Crompton, Homosexuality and Civilization, and he brings up other topics of it was a form of punishment in the Jewish community that they would do this to people. So different cultural actions behind all of this and what kind of, but when Ammon says things, and you know, I think Ammon knows a lot of things, and he's obviously researched all of this really well. And so when he says this is all Greek stuff, like to him it makes sense. But when you're saying this to somebody that's like never heard this before in their life, they're gonna go, "What are you talking about?" Right? Like Neil, and you're gonna say, "No, this is Jewish stuff. This is this is Hebrew first, and all this stuff." And so, but when you're looking at the actual practice that is taking place, the action that is taking place of the pederastic relationships in the New Testament. You even have, and I know you and I talked about it, Snappy, about you had church figures, theologians even coming out of the road writing that they themselves thought that Jesus was homosexual. And that he was in these pederastic relationships. And not just Theodore Jennings, which is a great guy, but not just him. We're talking about like Anglicans and other former pastors and preachers that were high up in their church that came out and wrote about this later on. And it's really funny because as he was talking, I was looking it up, but what's that council that the Christians had in 451?
Is it Nicaea or
not Nicaea? It was one of the ones after Nicaea. Oh, it's Chalcedon.
Yeah.
So the Council of Chalcedon, all it was about was they made up that bullshit word, just like they always make up real stupid fucking words, but they made up the bullshit word hypostatic union. Hypostatic union for the Orthodox, for all these other people, it's basically that they're saying Jesus was fully man and fully God at the same time. Which, if you go back to these claims of Jesus being a homosexual, they say that. They're like, it's very weird that Jesus never spoke out against that. And it's very weird that these situations that he's in, especially with the Neoniskos in Mark 14 and with the pais in Matthew, and holding John in the way that he was holding him, the beloved, right? So
He
they're
kisses
linking
Judas
all
right
these things
before he gets
together.
arrested.
They're linking all these together and making these conclusions. Now, where the scholars differ is you have some that don't see the sexual nature of it, but they see the thing that you were mentioning before. Is this a baptismal thing, right? Or is this just some other ritual that's in the PGM, like Betts and the paper that I sent you talks about? So there's a
Right.
lot to get into. There's really a lot of scholarship to read. And like literally some of these books that you start reading, like Morton Smith, for example, super dense fucking text. Like he'll start, like you'll read one paragraph on page 200 of one of his books, and he's like, yeah, this person mentioned this topic. He's like, he's like, he just goes, I'm not going to belabor this point anymore. And you're like, what the fuck topic was that? I haven't read that other guy's book, so you got to go read it. So it's a lot of reading to really understand what these guys are talking about. But I think Ammon is just coming to the same conclusion that a lot of these guys are coming to as well. So he doesn't really need to cite. Like Neil's making this big point about Ammon making these citations that don't make sense. He doesn't really need to, because he's probably already read these books and just agreed with them and come to the similar conclusions as them. So he doesn't really have to say, well, Morton Smith, Jonathan Z. Smith, all these other people that talk about it. He doesn't really need to say it, but it is there. And so the homework is for all of us to read it, try to understand it, and then interpret it in the way that it's being shown and played out. Whether it's real or not doesn't matter, because this is what people like Christians later obviously were looking at. This was part of their
This is
culture and
the thing
the Gnostic teaching.
This is the thing that blows my mind, is whether or not, okay, like we can belabor the point about what Jesus Christ is doing in the park till we're blue in the face, but what we see is a continuation of what Ammon is talking about, right? Those rites continue well up into the present, and it's documented. And so it's like, I don't like, I don't know. I don't know what to say, right? Like people are clearly reading the Bible as a magical text, right? Now, we can argue what the nature of the Bible is till we're blue in the face. We don't even have the source texts, so it's like, but people are clearly reading it in this magical necromantic framework.
Put it in
that's why I
perspective
laid
too, and
out
I don't want to
Ammon.
take. I don't want to take too much time, and I'll kick it back to Maddalena because I know she's going next. But
Yeah.
2,000 PGM style papyri was destroyed, right?
Right.
It was ordered to be destroyed by that Roman that turned Christian, right? And they hated magic, and so they had a whole polemic against magic. And even in Isaiah, he has a whole polemic against Cypriot opium, by the way, too. He says to them, "Oh, you go back to your island even, and you won't be okay. You'll still have issues." So the whole thing is a magical context with the drugs, because the drugs were used to impart the divination and go through this liminal experience and touch the divine. But they used an uncorrupt boy medium, as we see, and specifically with the loincloth. And so when I was talking to Neil, he wouldn't listen, obviously, but obviously y'all, you guys are chill. Guys and gals are chill. But the context of that is that if the Neoniskos is 20 to 30, or let's say 20 to 40 even, find a ritual with a loincloth where that is the same thing that's happening in context. You can't find it. There's rituals with them, but never in a loincloth, uncorrupt situation, because it's not just Mark 14:51, it's also Mark 16:5, where he comes
when
back
in the sepulture,
in a full robe. And so when I was telling that to Neil, he goes, well, I don't even know if that's a ritual.
I'm going to bring up there's a rite in the PGM that mirrors that part, So we're going to get into that on my part. But now those are fantastic points. But let's get into Maddalena's presentation here. We don't want to take up too much time. So Maddie, what are you going to be talking about today?
Child use in magic.
Yeah.
So the first bit I want to talk about is the most gruesome stuff, using children as a means of divination, and looking at just different texts that talk about or mention just that. So the first slide, you can go ahead. So yeah, so I asked AI to give me a word that could be a term in ancient Greek talking about sacrificial slaughter of a child for divination. So I wanted the most grotesque. Now you can go to the first source. So these are all just sources, and yeah, so Cicero talks about, so this first bit says, why do you practice these wild and barbarian customs? Why do you call upon the terrifying spirits of the underworld? Why do you seek to appease them with the entrails of murdered boys? Why do you look down upon the auspices of our state, yet delight in the dark sacrifices of the magicians? So I believe in these first ones, they were talking a lot about the witch of Thessaly, right? I feel like you know a lot about that, Snappy.
I know a bit.
Yeah, so I don't. So I'm just reading this stuff and seeing and researching it and seeing what comes up. So if anybody wants to chime in, and you can. What do you think, Snappy?
Why do you seek to appease them with entrails of murdered boys? Why do you look upon the auspicious of our state, yet delight in dark sacrifices of the magicians? Wow, so she's killing boys and utilizing their organs as a curse object.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not, it clearly has to do with the haruspex, right? And the
Yeah.
haruspex, right? So we're with Cicero, we're in Rome, we're dealing with Latin, but we're also dealing with the earlier Etruscan root, which is
Yeah.
connected to the Pelasgian. And so we're getting into some really wild, dark stuff there. And they were super into the divination and connected to the Sibylline oracles, the thunder magic as well, with their goddess Vigoya.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wild stuff.
Yeah. All I have to say about any of these sources is like, interesting. It's interesting stuff. So,
Right.
this one is from Pharsalia. It's
More
there's a
Roman.
lot there. Yeah, there's a lot of Roman stuff in here. Which I'm not reading that stuff right now. So when she needs a living voice to cry out fate, she slays the youth herself. She snatches the charred bones and smoking ashes of children from the midst of the pyre. Tearing the funeral torch from the parents' grip, she buries souls alive while they still control their bodies, forcing death upon them while fate still owes them years, so that a violent, unpolluted spirit may screech from the depths. So I picked that because it mentions this unpolluted spirit, but also talks about the grotesque use of children, smoking ashes of children. And I believe like a lot of this is coming from like that narrative. I'm thinking of like the fictional one, of course, but it's purposefully trying to be creating that horror in the narrative, right? So
Yeah, it's definitely giving us that image of Medea, but reducing her into this monster, right? She snatches the charred bones and smoking ashes of children, right?
yeah.
Whoa, that's kind of
But that
freaky.
so they actually found physical evidence of the Canaanites sacrificing children to Moloch outside of
Right.
about 30 miles outside of Jerusalem at a place called Gezer. And right
Mm.
next to the sacrificed children, they found Cypriot opium juglets in two varieties, actually. So they were doing this for a very long time. It wouldn't surprise me if this is it's kind of like saying they're still doing that, but like in doing that, they're now switching to use these other gods, because before it was Moloch, but now it's somebody else.
Yeah, and another thing about it is that, part of my learning process is a lot of corresponding gods and goddesses work the same way with different names, many names. So yeah, you're right.
No, it's super interesting. And I keep thinking too of all of the succubus, incubus type magic, right? And which is again dealing with the death of children and miscarriages, right? She snatches the ashes, right? And this is again dealing with a Sumerian demon, right? We see
Yeah.
the Lilith, the Lilitu, that whole kind of image is so primordial. It's one of the most ancient images of a demonic figure.
Yeah.
What were you going to say, Josh?
Well, and you just see how that's like almost like a Semitic idea or like a Near Eastern idea, because like they're like demonizing the feminine throughout the Bible and saying like, oh well, Lilith is a child snatcher and all this stuff. Like it's going back to ancient ideas about this concept of the death of children being a result of this woman, like a demoness.
Yeah, absolutely. Wild. That's a good source. Love it.
Okay, so Apuleius, the golden ass. There's quite a bit about this guy that I have in here, but this bit from the golden ass says these sorceresses slice off pieces of human faces to use in their spells, and when they lack corpses, they do not hesitate to bring ruin upon the living, cutting away the flesh of young boys to serve as a physical vessel or anchor for the horrific arts.
Wow.
Yeah.
Slicing off pieces of human faces. Cutting off the flesh of young boys to serve as a physical anchor. That's interesting, right?
It's
They
like
need an
Hellraiser.
actual piece of the flesh to be a physical anchor. Could that relate to these circumcision rites?
I think this is just like part of the 2000 texts that were destroyed and we just never got. Right? Are these
Right.
just relics of those other darker magics that were happening?
Yeah.
Right. Hard to say.
So I found this other one, Horus, the sacrifice of a young boy. The boy, stripped of his robes of innocence, stood there, a body that could move even the godless hearts of Thracians. But Canidia, her uncombed hair entwined with tiny vipers, orders the wild fig trees torn from graves, and the marrow of the starved boy to be cut out, so that his parched liver and unpolluted longing might provide a voice for their hidden arts.
Ooh, the parched liver. That immediately makes me think Prometheus, Medea magic again.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. That's why I was like, oh, I'm seeing this theme of using the liver, right?
Right.
Which is so old. And this being even carried out into, way later.
Right.
Or at least documented. And I think that's crazy.
That's
And again, the
what-
uncombed hair too with Medusa. Sorry, go ahead, Tiger.
is part. So they're saying the marrow, the fat of the starved boy, and it says his particularly parched liver, so one that is pure, and then it says unpolluted. So it's a purification ritual.
Yeah.
Wow.
But it's also
Starved boy, yeah. Yeah, it's all
It's-
about making them pure. Gross.
Yeah, but it's also it's also divinatory, providing
Yeah.
the voice.
It's all of that. Yeah.
It's all of that. Oh man, that's wild. What a good one.
Okay, so I came across this guy. So I was getting two of these guys mixed up, but one guy had to his wife sent him to court because she was like, hey, I think that you married me using dark magic, and then he got
That's
also.
Apuleius.
Is that Apuleius? Yeah, that's. I was like, there's a lot of Apuleius, but I was getting mixed up with this guy.
He's
So
accused
anyway,
of marrying this rich old widow for her money, that he
yeah,
had like drugged her and took advantage of her.
yeah. So later on, I'll talk about that guy. But so Didius, Julianus. Julianus also performed those kinds of magical rites which are conducted by magicians with the aid of a child. He used them to inspect a mirror speculum where the child, whose eyes had been heavily enchanted, is said to have seen the approach of Severus and the departure of Julianus. He even went so far as to sacrifice victims that are entirely foreign to Roman religion to maintain his grip on power.
Now, this is something though that we see time and time and time again as one of the key elements. Besides having the uncorrupted virgin boy, it's you need something they're going to scry from in order to get the divination, either a fire or water or a mirror. But there's
Yeah.
some kind of vessel in which they're receiving the divine through.
Honestly, if you didn't put that name up there and you just read this, you could totally guess that this was going to be a Roman thing. Just the way that it, like, the structure of it, all about masculinity, foreigners like sacrificing, and then obviously it says Roman religion, but yeah, that's a given. They're just killing foreigners. They don't give a shit. But yeah, totally, to me, different than some of the Greek stuff for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not very exposed to this Roman stuff, or the Latin at all. So,
Much more patriarchal than the Greek. And both are very patriarchal, but yeah. The Romans, they just bring it up for inopportune times. Talk about how manly they are.
okay, so this guy is also documenting about Julianus. So Julianus also killed many boys as a magic rite, believing that if he looked into their entrails or used them for child divination, he could learn the future. For he was constantly consulting those who professed to evoke spirits, and those who employed children for the gazing into water basins and lamps, seeking to discover whether he could ward off the impending ruin of his sovereignty. So, yeah, still very masculine, trying to control, right? Control
But
his fate.
But again, we have the entrails, we've got the child, right? We have the looking into a flame with the lamp, right? And into water basins, right? So it's the same kind of magical idea again, you know?
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention the divination by entrails is a really, really old form of divination. So the
It's
idea that
really
they're
old.
doing it, yeah, like the Sumerians are doing that. Like it's a really, really old form. So the idea that it's like going all the way to Roman times and they're doing it on children now instead of animals is kind of insane.
Absolutely insane. Because I always thought the idea of a haruspex, cutting out the liver of a cow, and then you're like holding it up and you're reading it, feeling the bumps. Now imagine you're doing that with a child. Takes on
Yeah.
a whole other level of insanity.
But what, I mean, yeah. So here's another one on Julianus. He even went so far as to perform abominable sacrifices and magics, which are forbidden by Roman law, using these to inquire about the outcome of the war. He made use of a child whom he caused to look into a mirror, having enchanted the boy's eyes with secret spells, so that the child might see what was coming to pass. And the boy is said to have seen the approach of Severus and the desertion of Julianus's own soldiers. Yeah.
Now we
So
have the
again,
Christing of the eyes, right?
yeah.
I don't know how some of these people didn't go blind. Do you ever read this stuff that they mix together and put in their eyes? I'm like, that shit would burn.
It would be so painful and awful. Like, no.
That's why the oracles are blind. Yeah.
Right? Yeah, they're all gray-eyed and they can't see.
Sophia's blind ass.
Wow.
Well, and they're trying to create the Mithridatic antidote so that they can get immunity to all the pain and stuff. Like when you take this Mithridatic antidote, you're basically invulnerable.
And what is the Mithridatic antidote when we look in Galen? It's like pounds and pounds of opium. Other things too, but you know.
I'm going to get into more medicine stuff here. Yeah, okay, here we are. Talking about drugging the kids or using the kids' essence. So,
Oh, wow.
so obviously Epiphanius, he's got a lot in there. So pretending to offer thanks over a cup mixed with wine and extending the words of invocation to a great length, he causes the liquid to appear purple and red, so that it seems that the grace from the realms above drops her own blood into his cup, and from this these youths who receive it are thrown into an ecstatic trance.
Oh, wow. Appear purple and red. A liquid that's purple and red. So that it seems that the grace, so they're changing, it's a magical transformation of a color that appears, it seems. That's interesting.
Well, and
Yeah.
red is
And we
interesting because the
know.
red. Go ahead, sorry.
No, you can go.
The red comes from like they're mixing something. It's obviously a compound.
Absolutely.
I was going to say the grace, you know, the word grace is that is the charis, the charm, which is Aphrodite's ambrosial oils as well. So
Right. Wow. The Carites. Crazy.
And the thing too about, you know how everybody fights whether this one's real or not? Like scholars, they're fighting like, well,
Right.
we don't know if we
Yeah.
can trust. Like we don't have all of the like even that cross Bible. You know, Neil's one of his friends. I'm sitting there one day like, how can you make these factual conclusions when you're sitting there going, we don't have 85% of the text were lost. So you're
It's
basing your
also,
final conclusions off of 15% of the text. That doesn't make sense.
and
you
there's
know,
a
it's also
reason that
just
some of these things are preserved, you know, and
exactly.
have.
Why did this survive? Why did it survive? Someone deemed that this was worthy enough to survive. So I'm of the belief that there's at least a grain of truth here. And everyone, here's the thing, is like the Christians have an agenda. They want to dismiss all this stuff. You know, like when we were talking about earlier, Morton Smith, everyone loves to give him shit because he's a gay man and because the secret gospel of Mark got lost. But who lost the secret gospel of Mark? It wasn't him. It was the Orthodox Church. They just happened to, it just disappeared. I'm sorry, that only supports Morton Smith in my view, you know?
Yeah, and by the way, people that I think I've even heard Neil say this, but he was like, well, they hired a forensic you know, person that looks at handwriting to come in to see if it was Morton Smith's handwriting or not. Yeah, they did it twice, and one of them was a Christian that said it was a forgery, and then one of them was way later, a woman that had no affiliation to anything religious, and she said it wasn't.
There you go. It's nonsense. All right. Well, let's continue here.
Okay. So here we are. This guy. So part of his his court case was the fact that he was offing kids in his magical practices, and somebody else was like had documented saying that one of his last words, he was saying, what did I ever do that was wrong? Like he had no idea that, I mean, he didn't think that he was doing anything wrong. So I thought that was silly. So anyway, they asserted that the boy Thalus was initiated by me using an illicit beverage. They say that he fell to the earth because of my incantations and a magical potion, poculum. But if I had wished to substitute a human mind with a divine presence via a potion, I would have chosen an upright, healthy boy whose soul could cleanly receive the god rather than a sick youth who collapses from his own corrupted health. He had epilepsy, by the
She's like,
That's
if
what
I
it
was gonna use this boy, I need an uncorrupted, healthy virgin. I can't just use this epileptic kid. Oh my god.
Yeah.
And like Apuleius, right? Remember, everyone, this is considered the greatest writer in the Latin language. He wrote The Golden Ass, the first novel, right? It's like Roman royalty, this guy. And almost certainly he is a magician, and he's almost certainly doing all this shit, you know?
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, so Livy. So there were two bits of this I wanted to share. The first part is talking about, it is talking about the cult of Bacchus. So it says, those who refused to bind themselves by the terrifying oath, or who hesitated to commit the crimes required of them, were sacrificed as victims. A huge number were put to death, and many were destroyed by secret poisonings. For inside those hidden chapels, to refuse the cup of the society was to sign one's own death warrant. So the next one is talking about how a lot of those initiates were boys. So she swore that when she was a slave, she entered that shrine with her mistress, but had never gone back since. She warned him that the place was a den of all corruption, since they had begun to initiate men mixed with women. No youth under 20 years old was spared from their lusts. So,
Oh wow. They're going for the young ones. Oh man, over 20, you're not their type anymore. Ugh.
So this is some erotic writing, talking about giving more substances to a youth, and the woman taking a mixing bowl, pouring out a libation of honey, milk, and wine, gave the youth the potion to drink so that his soul might become entirely paralyzed, and thus she began to call upon Hecate. I liked that.
Oh wow. She took the drugs and then she started crying out for Hecate. Oh wow.
Good stuff. Justin Martyr, the demonic inversion of the Eucharistic cup. So, which also the wicked demons. Okay, never mind. I'm getting this mixed up with another one that I saw. I don't think I included. Which also the wicked demons have delivered to be performed in the mystery rites of Mithras, imitating us. For that bread and a cup of water are placed in the initiatory rites of the one being initiated, along with certain spoken formulas you either know or are able to learn. I thought this was funny because he was talking about how, I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, but when I was reading this, I'm pretty sure he was saying that the Mithraic rites were imitating Christians instead of the other way around, and I thought that was funny.
Gosh. Oh wow. Imitating us, right? Oh man.
Okay, so in the apocryphal Acts of John, it says, the priest brought a cup containing the most deadly poison, and having selected 2 youths who were under sentence of death, made them drink it. And as soon as they had swallowed the potion, they gave up the ghost. Then John took the cup, and making the sign of the cross over the fluid, drank the whole of it down. And going to the bodies of the young men, he raised them up to the astonishment of the city.
Wow.
Yeah.
Making the sign of the cross, drank it down, and then going to the body. So after he took this drug, then through his touch, he's able to raise the dead. It sounds a lot like Jesus, right? When Jesus gets Christed and then his body is the Christ and he can, oh man. Yeah.
I can't believe this is an Acts. He's feeding the children poison?
The Acts of John, so the apocryphal Acts of John.
Wow. Well, you got to give them the poison if you're going to give them the antidote, right?
It's just amazing, though. Yeah, like he's like selecting kids. He's like, here, drink this.
And he made them drink it because they were sentenced to death, so it's okay, you know. It's not like John is doing it, even though he's forcing the poison down their throat.
Yeah, I mean there's another one that I wanted to include. It's from the Oh, it was something that we read in the intensive reading. It was about forcing poison down a boy's throat and some of the medicinal texts, medical texts. So anyway, the next one I believe is yeah, Pliny the elder wrote, "We feel a horror at the very mention of remedies derived from human beings. Some have gone so far as to drink the blood of gladiators as it wells from the wound. Gasping, warm, and full of life, they think it the ultimate cure for epilepsy. Others seek out the marrow of human bones, or the brains of infants, or the dynamic parts of children before they have been corrupted by life, to mix into antidotes. To look into these things is to see that human nature will stoop to beastly cannibalism under the guise of finding a cure for health."
Whoa. Yeah. We still see this stuff happening to this day, right? With those black magic rites that happen like in places in Africa where people go and kill albino people, And I'm and it's almost certainly rich foreigners who are doing it.
Yeah.
Well, the whole traditions of like, oh, we're gonna do a sacrifice based on a ritual is like really like made up of all this different stuff that is influenced by the practitioner, So however that practitioner was brought up is going to be how the ritual's performed, and whether that's correct or not, or according to any sort of known tradition, isn't really known, So
Right.
Yeah.
In
This
the
reminds me of
in the longer gospel, Mark 16:18, they say something very to the one that you had before. They will pick up snakes with their hands, and when they drink deadly poison, it will not hurt them at all. So, like, yeah,
Right.
it's like I think other people have pointed to this, but there's other ones that are you're paralleling with other things going on. So it's hard to just say this stuff wasn't happening. I mean, it seems like once you have the syncretism going on, Snappy, there's probably, I don't want to say 100% true without physical absolute evidence, but it's going in that direction.
Right. Right. It's all wild.
Okay, so Cyril of Jerusalem. Sorry, give me a second. Do not look upon the assemblies of the godless heretics who use the name of Christ to cover their deep abominations. They are those who commit infanticide in secret, who mix human flesh into their hidden feasts, and who promise their followers a false salvation and physical healing through the destruction of life. Turn away from their cups and their secret bread, for their medicine is the poison of the serpent. Yeah, awesome. That is what is quoted in Original Sin, or at least referenced. Also, the last one I was going to say, it reminded me of, I think Ammon talked about maybe probably like early selections of the Sibyl stuff. The witches who would go and go to the battlefield and then use the soldiers' bodies to experiment with creating medicine or experimenting with them, right? I forget what that was, but that popped into my head.
It's basically, isn't that called like conomancy or some shit? I don't know. There's so many different forms
like
of magic.
canomancy.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like
yeah,
that.
they're like taking the teeth and the body parts to use in magic stuff.
Yeah. Well, that, but also, I mean, when I think about Medea and how she was able to experiment with all this stuff, yeah, that's kind of how you would do it. I mean, unless
Yeah.
you're Cersei.
Right. Well,
You're just
the wolves
killing
were
people.
people and they were doing all this kind of magic,
Yeah. Yeah. It's cool to see it,
It's
see
crazy.
it play out.
I want to share something with you guys because I know you guys
Sure.
are steeped in the Greek stuff, but So Western science 2 years ago found a new mushroom. It's called psilocybin natalensis, and it's from South Africa. And when they found it, they started interviewing local tribes, and some of the shamans of the local tribe said that they had been using it forever. Basically, their entire cultural experience was using it. But they also mix it with a plant called bufone, which is high in DMT, and it's like they're using it for psychosomatic ailments, but they also mix it in their arrows and use it as poison when they go hunting or in times of battle and war. And so they
Nice.
themselves said they've been using this for a very, very long time. So I think also we see a lot of these similarities, crossing over. Now, I don't. The sad thing is, were they doing something similar? We don't know, right? Until we find, like, for those cultures, because they don't have any text, and unless we find something of that nature. But yeah, just the overarching similarities with a bunch of different cultures and finding these poisons and toxins and using them for divination purposes and for also, sacrificial and killing and all this other stuff is interesting.
Yeah,
Right, and it makes me think of, like, over the last couple of years, we've had a couple major discoveries in the field that have just pushed things ahead. Two, which immediately come to mind. One is the best cup, which actually had the porneia, had human freaking vaginal fluid inside it with drugs, DMT. So there you go, right?
I've seen that in real
The
life.
vaginal cup is a real thing. And then the other big one was when they found the Scythian queen. They originally thought it was a man, and then they were able to prove that it was a young woman who was over 6 feet tall, buried with a horse, and she had dreadlocks that were suffused with drugs. Suffused with drugs. The wax that was used to make her dreadlocks was drugs.
Wow.
And this is
They found
a
that
woman
they found
buried as a queen.
They found a 3,000-year-old, I believe, woman in a cave in Spain, also with drugs in her hair as well. So yeah, it's old stuff. It's like Ammon says, a lot of this stuff probably goes older, and it's true because we just find little pieces of evidence, of how. I mean, look at the Cypriot opium trade. I mean, that culture is 11,000 years old. And by the way, to all these people that think, oh, Jason Giorgiani, this guy, oh, well, it all comes from Iran and Afghanistan, it comes from, no, it doesn't, because that version that they were using on Cyprus was a Western European strain of opium.
Yeah,
It wasn't
special
something
strain of
brought
opium.
in
I've heard of
from,
this.
Iran and then assimilated into their culture. They brought that shit from Western Europe, and we know that because they found soil on the plant, the opium plant that they were using to make their own opium. That soil traces back to Europe, not to Iran and
Nice.
these Gnostic Iranians and all this stuff.
Well, if we look at Medea and we just look at the history of that character and we look at her as this potential for the, if we listen to, like, the occultists and say that she's the root of the Magi, right? In her story, right, what happens? She's a Colchian. So the Colchians were originally Egyptians. The Greeks tell us that they were Egyptians that then immigrated to the Black Sea area, right, to Turkey. So you get this Egyptian and Greek and Turkic influence. Then she goes and she conquers the Medes and becomes their queen, their emperor, right? And what do we see is that Zoroastrianism comes out of this. Zoroaster is a reformer of the Median religion. And Zoroastrianism is like the oldest written religion we just about have. It's that in the Hindu texts, right? It's up for debate, which is older because they're sister religions. But the point is that this Median stuff we're talking about predates the Sanskrit, predates the Zoroastrian,
And we
I mean,
also can't
I think it
forget
all
that
goes
she's
older.
influencing all of these different areas as well, from India and Asia all the way to Britain and Spain. And so
Oh yeah,
massive
it's going
influence.
all over, right? It's wild.
They have that 30, is it well, they say 30 to 40, but they found that proto-cuneiform in Germany in a cave, and they got a humanoid. You know, whenever you see these like animal humanoid things, like they just link that directly to shamanistic culture. And I think even yesterday during the LH and Neil debate, Ammon was there in the chat, and some of the stuff he was talking about was that the pitch that they used, the birch pitch, you know, for the ships and all that, that was made by the pharmacists, and that's 100% true. And the analogy that I use that would make sense is that painters don't make the paint, right? And it's very similar with birch pitch, but we know that birch pitch cults are like 200,000 years old. We found that shit in archaeology.
Yeah. Well, making pitch, it goes, even the Neanderthals were making pitch. And what they were doing it is they're doing it in these deep caves. So, you know, they're getting wrecked out of their minds off the bloody fumes, you know, like it's like wild shit, you know, like even the proto-humans were getting high, man, you know.
I mean, everybody, I mean, even in this Christian world, they're still on drug. I mean, there's a drug
Yeah.
store at every fucking corner. And the drugs that they chose, unfortunately, were coffee, nicotine, and alcohol. And
Yeah.
like that's what they've chose for their society and their part of, you know, society. But yeah, them pointing fingers, we just point fingers back.
Yeah, good point.
They're all addicted.
Oh, wait, you go
It's
back.
Oh, sorry, we
No, you're
skipped
good.
ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead, Josh.
I was just saying, like, caffeine and all those drugs that they push that are destructive and addictive are all like what monotheistic religions say is good. So, like, alcohol and tobacco. Those are both really bad for your health.
You know, and what's so wild to me too is like when you look into the politics of it, like a while back I looked into a lot of the Nixon war on drugs stuff because they released all of his transcripts, and he just comes out and says it that the war on drugs was, they basically say, you know, good white Christians won't be smoking weed, won't be doing acid. So if we flood the streets with this stuff, we'll just be going after the hippie whites and the poor blacks, and that's who we want to persecute, the hippie whites and the poor blacks. Good Christians won't ever fall for that. You know, so they're willfully destroying their own society. These people are insane, you know.
So here, Acts of Peter, the apocryphal Acts of Peter. Peter cried out to the crowd, "Let a pure child be brought forward from among you." And when a boy was brought, Peter said to Simon, "By your sorcery you make people see illusions, but look at this child. Try to make your demons enter him or deceive his sight." And Simon could not, because the power of the Lord protected the youth. And then Peter revealed that Simon had secretly murdered a boy in his house to use his spirit as a familiar. And Peter called upon the soul of the slain child to speak from the underworld and expose Simon's wickedness before the Roman prefect. So, kind of an inversion of the child as a vessel.
Killing him to turn him into a spirit. But we do see this whole thing where like they're invoking, you know, another thing that you see in the later Christian grimoires a lot of is invoking the virgin. They're calling the virgin spirit and they're summoning the virgin. Even when they don't have a virgin boy, they're summoning the virgin boy. And
Yeah.
there's all this weird stuff with that too, you know, and we do have these rites where they're actually killing the kids and they're consuming them, you know.
Yeah.
Well, it seems like, so like some of the magic, they're using the boys as a medium themselves, but in some of them, it's like they're using the boy to become the medium
Yeah.
through the sacrifice, which is like another level of crazy.
Yeah.
Total other level of crazy. Yeah. It's just it gets so wild.
It's very interesting. So I have 3 more. This is one of them. More of Pharsalia. When a child is born, there was this African tribe, I believe, that was being documented by several people using snake venoms for infants. Anyway, when a child is born to the Psyle, before it can even taste its mother's milk, they subject it to a terrifying trial. They expose the naked infant to the most venomous asps and vipers of the desert. And if the child is a true uncorrupted member of their race, the serpents recoil, or their venom is instantly neutralized by the child's natural bodily scent. If the child screams and swells from the bite, it is cast out as a bastard whose blood has been polluted by foreign descent.
Oh,
So there's that.
wow. Of course, the Romans would make it about purity of blood.
Yeah.
But wild. Exposing your baby to snakes is something else.
Yeah.
That's
But it's
crazy.
also like, I wonder how much culturally they had wrong. If you're documenting
Oh,
about this
yeah,
tribe,
yeah.
it's like, oh man, is
Well,
that why?
that so much of it is being seen through this lens of like, yeah, of othering, right?
Yeah.
Well, that gets into like what Ammon always talks about with democracy, right? Which comes out of the Greek, and it also comes out of different religions, but or different cultures as well. But I think that's kind of like the precipice of that society or culture is they learn to get along and build something great together rather than just destroy everything like we see all the time. So it's interesting, and I think I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Snappy, but when Ammon's talking about that stuff and going back and having a renaissance, that's kind of how I interpret what he's talking about. Is that
Yeah, his whole thing is like he's trying to create so when you look at like Emperor Julian he talks about this prophecy from the oracle at Delphi that happened to the Athenians that basically said that Athens would fall and that all empires would fall if they spurn the people who worship the mother and if they spurn the foreigners, right? And so Athens does this, right? And they're going to get destroyed. The oracle's like, you guys are going to get destroyed. It's happening. But what we can say, if you build the museum, the temple to the muses, your language will survive, your art and your history will survive, your ideology will survive, and it will never go away. And so there's this idea within this kind of Hellenism philosophy that Ammon is hinting at is this building of that museum, going back to the language, because that's the root of what manifests democracy. That's what created the Empire of Athens, of Rome. That's the root. And if that root ever gets corrupted, it will go into hiding, but we can bring it back up. And it's kind of like a cyclical thing.
nice? Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
So I saved my favorite for last, of course. Hymn to Demeter, Homeric hymn. This was also one of the first that I read about, like burning off your mortality, right?
Yeah.
So
Burning off putting the baby in the fire.
yeah, yeah. So she would anoint him with ambrosia as if he were born of a god, breathing sweetness over him, and she would hold him to her bosom, but by night she would hide him in the fury of the fire, like a brand secretly, without the knowledge of his dear parents, and to them it was a source of wonder, how precociously he thrived, and how he grew to look face to face like the gods. And indeed she would have made him unaging and immortal, had not well-girded Metanera, keeping watch, spied from her fragrant bedchamber in the night, and shrieked aloud, and she struck both her thighs, fearing for her child, and her mind was greatly blinded.
Yeah.
But I
So
think the one I was thinking of is a different one with Athena, right? Where she throws the child right into the fire and he dies. I don't know.
yeah,
That's okay.
Athena does that too. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
This is the one this is a similar it's the idea is that she was practicing this right to make the child immortal by
Yeah.
burning off the mortality. But the mother, all she sees Demeter. So the story is, right, Demeter is coming out of her wailing mess, right? Iambe has caused her to laugh and wake up, and Maddalena and their family are taking care of Demeter. And so Demeter, to repay Maddalena, is raising her child. And one of the things she decides to do is in the middle of the night is burn the baby. And every time she burns the baby, it's instilling the baby with more immortality. But they stop this. So when they stop this, then Demeter's like, fine, your kid will never be immortal then, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I read this one way more. I read it in two different ways. So one, it could be very literal.
Mhm.
And if it is literal, then anointing him with ambrosia. So she's actually applying this honey concoction right to him to protect him from a physical fire. And then also breathing. So she looks like she's fumigating something over him as well.
Yeah.
Or you read it as this is magic and that she's actually initiating him because and it says, you know,
It's a combination of both.
it's a combination of both, probably, but I would think that fire is probably the knowledge that's going to burn off her humanness, and that the baby's going to learn to be more in touch with this divine aspect through that training. And I think a couple other things are sprinkled in there to kind of give me that idea. So I don't know how to read it, but either way, to me, it's obviously magic. You can read it literally or you can read it metaphorically.
Yeah, I just think it's beautiful too. That
Oh
whole
yeah.
poem.
It's certainly definitely beautiful, and it's certainly definitely magic, right? And you see so many parallels to this, right? Medea, she promises to give people immortality. There's the king that she winds up killing, boils him alive, convinces the daughters to do that, right? So that's almost like a parallel of this. She does wind up, and she gives the ointment to Jason to protect him from the fires when he has to go sow the serpent's teeth, right? And in some of the versions, she actually dunks him in a big cauldron in order to give him the magic, you know?
Yeah.
But imagine like writing this from because you know how there's like Christian, there's people that get PhDs in like early Christian childhood development.
Mhm.
Like this looks like early magic child development because you're telling them these stories like they can actually understand. Like Jason and Argonauts, when they're like, the guys over there, they just ate these weird white flowers and they're tripping balls. But they said it in like a way like a toddler could understand it. Yeah.
Right. No,
So
it's so
yeah.
true. Like so much about mythology is just is encoding information for children, you know, and making you remember stuff that'll stick with you.
Yeah, that's one thing about like the Mithras liturgy that I learned. It's like, yeah, your dad or your grandpa is giving this to daughter of Aeetes, right? And she's gonna carry this knowledge and this magical attainment of immortality through this magical rite.
Right? In that authentic version of the Mithras liturgy, it's kind of like this beautiful thing where you're passing on this power and you're enlightening the child, right? But we see like within the Christian context, it becomes this whole like twisting thing, you know?
Yeah.
It's like instead of empowering the next generation, it becomes about empowering the previous one. Like so much of the Christian rites, and like you were hinting at this, Tiger, and just from a psychological level, we see this is like they're all designed so that you worship this idealized man and you submit to that idealized law, and then you manifest that reality. So it's like this self-fulfilling prophecy. It's this egregore. It's this psychological weapon of control, you know?
Yeah.
Well, I think
For
that
sure.
is the church of Paul though, because Paul,
Right.
like if you look at what Jesus said, it's not what Paul said. So like I think people that's rightly say, and even some of the Christians say it, they'll be like, you're following Paul, you're not following Jesus, you know. So I don't get into that Christendom, whatever they want to, argue about internally between them, but obviously from a reader on the outside, yeah, it's drastically different. But
Well,
Paul
like,
was
I
still
mean,
doing all the goofy stuff too. I mean, he was obviously saying he was against, trying to act like homosexuality was a bad thing, but he was
Right.
doing some weird things too.
What
It
we
was
see
highly
with Paul
patriarchal.
is, go ahead, sir, Josh.
I was just saying it's highly patriarchal. Like, it's all about, oh, your grandpa's doing this, so do what your grandpa's doing, and do what your dad's doing, and do what your grandpa's doing. It's all about inheriting the same destiny as your ancestor, and monotheism reinforces those sort of concepts. But like, especially with patriarchy, there used to be Elyon and Asherah, so they separated Asherah and just kept Elyon, and then turned that into El, and that became Yahweh. So they've cut away what was actually there and left something behind, and then tell you, oh, that's what you got to do because it's tradition. But tradition shows that it's made up. So what does that
It's
lead
really
to?
just priestcraft to me, and they, like, in the Jewish circle, even in the Old Testament, when they're talking about rods or staffs, right? The wizard staff makes a forefront in the Old Testament, and it's labeled as rods, and they give one to each of the head of the household of the houses. So, and they inscribe it with the name of the house and everything like that, and what they're doing with that rod. People think it's like an actual physical rod where they're beating people with it, right? But no,
Yeah.
if you read it as a magical context, like, yeah, they're using it, but they're only letting one person kind of dictate it, right? And so it's the head of the house. It's very traditional. Like, I remember in college, one of my friends, we said a Christian joke, because I don't know if everybody knows this, I'm not Christian, and I never was, but I was talking to another kid that wasn't, and we made a joke, and somebody got upset. It was a friend of ours, and I asked him just point blankly, I'm like, "Are you mad because we made a joke about your religion or something else?" And he said, "Well," he's like, "I kind of see it as you making fun of my family, like, because it's tradition." He's like, "The way I see it, the way I heard it was, you're basically calling my whole family stupid for believing this stuff." So, as to, what you guys were just talking about, it's very similar, where people take it personal as an attack basically against their whole family, or, that's how they really see stuff like that.
Well, and this brings up one of the big psychological pushes, I think, for Christianity, and something that underpins Paul, because Nietzsche talks about this in his Antichrist book, where he actually lays the greatest sins at the feet of Paul, and he says that what happens with Paul is that after the death of Christ in the failed apocalypse, now what? Now Paul has to deal with this reality, and his reality is, fuck the world, fuck everyone. I'm doubling down on the nonsense. I'm going to take out the sword. I'm going to kill everyone. No, I'm not wrong. The world is wrong, and I refuse. And Christianity turns into this. It's a failure, because we got to recognize, right? Jesus doesn't come back. The apocalypse doesn't happen. Om Lambda is not here. We're not living on heaven on earth.
Nothing
right?
yet.
So the Christians have failed. And
Yeah.
so their whole thing now is they're these true believers who are trying to maintain the falsehood by lying to each other. It's like everyone has invested too much. And rather than admit defeat, they're doubling down for all eternity into insanity, ruining their lives, ruining everyone's fucking lives, because they won't admit that they are lied to, that they were wrong. Like, man.
And they think Armageddon's coming. Armageddon.
It's not coming. Like you think it would have come by now, right? Like,
Well, even that whole scene of him coming back to, like, he's coming in a cloud on a horse, but he stops to show you his tattoo. He's got blood on his robe, but he's going to stop and show you the tattoo on his thigh first, and then he's going to kill 2/3 of everybody. Like, what the?
it's all just so ridiculous. And when you start to get into Revelation and you start to look into this stuff, it's Dionysian mystery, and it's the myth of Demeter and the child again. The glory returns in the birth of the next generation. Oh, it turns out that the apocalypse isn't an end; it's an ending of an era and the beginning of a new one. That's it.
You make a really good point, but I want to say this because I think not that I've heard somebody say this, but I would say if I was just a common person, like a Joe Rogan watcher or something, and I listened to you for 10 minutes, I would think you're nuts.
Yeah.
And And the reason is because they don't understand that you actually know the culture. So when you see this stuff, that's all the stuff that pops in your head. But like when a Joe Rogan person looks at the Bible, they don't know how to go back in time in that culture and really understand what the hell is going on. So they're interpreting it from a modern mind frame. And I think that's what Cross Bible, Neil, Myth Vision, because they were raised all Christian and they had that in their head. That's why, like, whenever I hear them, I'm like, you're just interpreting this from like a modern mindset. Like you're not even understanding the ritual aspect of it. You're not understanding the cultural aspect of it, the societal aspect of the Greeks back then. That's how you have to look at this stuff. And that's why like
Absolutely.
when they call Ammon, like they're like, oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm like, if anybody in here knows Greek shit, it's probably him, right? So
Right.
I just don't get why people are so quick to throw somebody under the bus that's been studying it for so long, you know?
I think a lot of it mostly, and I love everyone's opinions on this, but when I look at Neil, Cross Bible, or even Danny Jones, what I see is a bunch of affluent men in a Christian society who are dealing with something that's truly revolutionary and radical that'll make their lives uncomfortable. And rather than deal with an uncomfortable reality, rather than have to challenge their friends and their loved ones, rather than have to upset the status quo of their comfortable, rich suburban lives, they double down on stupidity. Like Neil, I honestly believe his whole fight with Ammon stemmed from he didn't want to fight with his other friends, and he tried to play both sides, and he put his foot in his mouth until Ammon told him to fuck off and was like, no, you're either with me or you're not, but you can't do this both sides bullshit. And it exploded in Neil's face, because he didn't want to get uncomfortable, because this shit is revolutionary, because we live in a Christian fucking world, And it's different for you because you didn't grow up in that. You grew up in an atheist thing. It's different for me or for Maddalena or for Josh because we ran from Christianity and got chips on our shoulders, Where Neil, Christianity saved him at his lowest point. And yeah, there was a bit of a grifting thing there, but it also gave him the strength to find himself. He can't tell Derek to fuck off. He can't say that Derek is wrong. He can't say Cross Bible's wrong. But in my mind, I look at all this stuff. I read the magic text. My thing is, I've always been into the magic texts. So I've been seeing this Oracle Virgin stuff for decades now. And then Ammon goes, oh, it's happening in Christianity too. And then I go, oh, wait a second. It's happening in the mainstream Christian world and it's always been there. And then that was like a big, huge revelation,
Hey, if you wanna take literally 5 minutes, I'll end because I know it's getting late. I gotta run anyways. But if you want to
Okay,
throw
yeah,
mine up on there.
Yeah, let's do your thing. Sorry about
So
that.
for the watchers,
I'll just
I
share
would
my
highly
screen.
recommend this paper. It's by Helen Ingram, and Helen Ingram is a PhD that she got a PhD under the Goodacre. Is it Mark Goodacre? I believe his name is. Yeah, Professor Mark Goodacre, and Professor Mark Goodacre is a New Testament scholar and professor at Duke University Department of Religion. He's very well known. Obviously, I don't agree with the guy on everything, but his student, Helen Ingram, wrote this, and I highly suggest that you guys download this paper and read it. It's really good. But I'm only going to read a little bit of it. So if you go to page 242,
Okay, one second.
and this is going to be a slap in the face to Neil about the prepubescent thing we've all been hearing for the last 2 years about his dumbass diatribes against everybody. But this paper, she specifically talks about Mark 14:51 and Mark 16:5 in a ritualistic standpoint. At the end of the page there should be another section. 242, sorry.
Oh,
The
sorry.
actual in page, yeah.
242. Okay. I went to 242 at the and it took me to a wrong number. So I have to just look.
No, you're
down.
good. You're good.
Okay, here we go. There we are. All right.
All right, right there. Perfect. So this section is divination with the dead in the use of young boys. Magicians who were actively consulting the dead for divinatory purposes in the ancient world could often be identified by their use of a medium, typically a pure and uncorrupted prepubescent boy, who would act as a mediator between the magician and the spirit world. The young boys were specifically selected as mediums since their youth. Sexual purity and freedom from physical desires was thought to enhance their perceptual abilities. If you go to the 33 there at the end of the page, Sarah Johnston also has good text on this as well. And I
Yeah,
suggest
she's a great
definitely-
scholar, and she's actually a practicing pagan. She wrote an amazing book on the Orphic hymns. She has a whole thing I'm quoting in my presentation. Yeah, I love her.
She's awesome. Yeah, she has another good book out, The Charming Children, The Use of the Child in the Ancient Divination. Really
Yeah,
good
I'm
stuff.
quoting that. I'm quoting that
It-
paper.
And then Daniel Ogden too, as well, is really good too, with magic, witchcraft, and ghosts in the Greek and Roman worlds. So yeah, just, you know, take this, read it, work it into your stuff. If you guys go debate Neil, throw it in his face. He'll just sit there and go, I don't know why she's saying that. He said the same thing to me, and then he had no answer for it. So clearly the PGM ritual is being linked to Mark 14, 16:5. It's a linen cloth. There's a bunch of parallels. Anybody in the ancient world reading this would know that this is what's going on, because again, it's the set and setting, right, for this happening. Modern readers look at this and they go, like Neil last night, I don't know if you guys noticed this, he was trying to tell LH, Ammon's sick. He's sick in the head. That's what he said. And it's just like, you know nothing about Greek culture. You know nothing
Same
about
as
it.
Kurt, right?
Same as
they
same as all
they
those
just want to
bimbos.
dismiss that because the ancient world was a more wild place and it had different mores to us. So therefore it's all disgusting, and anyone who looks into it is disgusting. And it's like, it's such ridiculous Christian moralizing. Like, go eat a bag of dicks.
Yeah, and it's like, why do they want to pick favorites? Are the Sumerians disgusting then for having
Right.
eunuchs? They're like,
Right.
that's where it's starting. Like, why are you saying like that it's not plausible when like these people don't understand the timeline that they're talking about? They don't understand the chronology or how that would have developed from agriculture, from the earliest societies, like why slavery and stuff was like a very like being a civilian in the sense that we understand is a very modern invention. Like having a civilized society is a modern concept.
Yeah.
Like, so when we look at it through a postmodern lens, we think, oh, everything was one way, or we try to compare it to how it is today. We try to make it as simple as possible, but it wasn't that simple. It was cruel, absolutely cruel.
This is how you have to, well, anybody listening anyway that cares, because I know not everybody does, but if you're trying to convince Neil, the way to do it is via other scholarship, because that's how he'll accept these weird topics that he doesn't like to talk about. There's so many people in the circle that don't like to, and I'll just say it. Witch Doctor doesn't like to talk about it either. He doesn't like his kids in the room, and I get it. It's a weird topic. I don't do it with my kids in the room either. But it's, if you take it from the academic side, you tell people, like, anybody should, like, if you're reading academia, nobody should question you. Do you believe that this is a good thing? Like, nobody's going to ask you that. But if they do, just say, obviously, no.
Right.
But that's the end of discussion. Instead, you have these people pointing fingers saying that he's this, he's that. And I guess a swatting had occurred or whatever. But I mean, this stuff has the end. I mean, it's an academic pursuit. Any 18-year-old should be open and welcome to read these sources and read what they did, and it's just a part of life. That's what they did. We can't change the past. We can prevent doing it from, in the future, but just take this with you, and hopefully it helps you, clear up some of the questions that people had.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Tiger Shark. Is there anything you want to promote or anything you want to say? I know you wanted to head out.
Oh, yeah. One other thing. Neil's little quip about these people being 20-year-olds, the disciples or apostles being 20-year-olds. Okay, so let's just assume that he was calling them fishermen. That was his whole talking point yesterday. Since when does a fisherman not know how to cast a net? Did you guys actually read the story in the Bible?
Right. Good
They're
point.
sitting there
These
fumbling
guys
around,
don't know
not
what they're
knowing how to
doing.
catch. Then he goes, "We fished all night and we didn't catch nothing." I'm like, do you think an actual person that knows how to do fishing would not catch a single fish? Like, yes, they would. So
They're with their
that's a
dad.
kid.
Forget
Yeah.
that. They're with their dad.
They're with their dad learning. Yeah.
That's the other
Right.
thing. And
So
it's like we don't have like adulthood in childhood are modern concepts. Like you're old enough to work as a young boy, you're working. Just like back, like no one likes to talk about it, but if you were old enough to get married off as a young girl, you're getting married off. This is the reality back then for so many people. If these kids were 12, they would be fishing, like
Yeah,
they
the
would, but I
factory.
would find it
Child labor
hard that
law.
a 20-year-old would not know how to, like a 20-year-old hardened fisherman is gonna know how to catch a fish.
right, right. And they're not going to just listen to some stranger who's going to, you know what? Cast your net like a little bit to the left, and you guys are good. Like everything about the story, it's like they're talking to naive children.
Yeah.
Why would anyone buy this shit?
Yeah. And that was, so I tried to softball it when I was on Neil's live with the source I couldn't pull up in the moment. And I will admit it made me look stupid, but irregardless, the source of the source, Judith Gendry wrote a great book about all of them being little kids from a social concept. And I tried to softball it for him. No drugs, no rituals, just from the social side. She's a social studies, PhD theologies. And she says, based off of all of the textual language, when the kid shows up in the tomb and who's there? 3 women. Why would that kid be with 3 women? Like, it's got to be a kid. And then not only does she call them all children, she calls them specifically little children. So it's there from like every angle that you try to look at it. And it's in literature. So Judith Gendry's that one, if you guys care to look that one up on your own. That's the one I tried to softball Neil and I couldn't pull up in the moment, as he's ambushing me.
And
But
screaming at you, calling you names.
yeah, well, he didn't
Welcome to the
so
club.
much do that with me, but he did it in email, which is like you guys know I've been talking to Neil for like at least 1.5 years, 2 years, and we got him on the drug stuff, as he mentioned last night. The one hurdle I'm trying to get him over is this pederastic stuff. He just doesn't want to accept it.
No. But it's everywhere. It's everywhere, guys. All right.
But anyways, it was a pleasure. Thanks, guests. I mean, I learned a lot from everybody tonight. Those are cool sources you pulled up, and y'all have a lovely evening.
Thank you so much, Tiger. We'll talk soon. And
Thank
best of
you.
luck.
Peace.
See
Much
ya.
love.
Yeah, peace out, man. Thank you.
All right. So I got one more presentation if you guys aren't too tired here and you want to listen.
I'm ready.
Awesome. Okay. Oops. Let me just get this out the way and go here. Okay. Oop. That's the wrong one. Where's the right one? Witches 2. All right. This one. I'm trying to juggle everyone's presentations here. I got to go back to my first slide. Okay. So with my presentation, what I wanted to do is I wanted to focus on looking at examples of these kind of magical rites. And so first I wanted to start off, Tiger had mentioned this particular source is Sarah Illes Johnston. She's an amazing scholar, PhD, a practicing magician. She's written many books about Hecate and all kinds of stuff. She wrote this amazing paper called Use of the Child in Ancient Divination. And so this comes from her, and this is what she has to say about why they're using kids. The practitioners were adapting for their private local use what had long been considered the most prestigious forms of prophecy, namely those practiced at Delphi and Claros. In this respect, the practitioners were men of their time, for as Peter Brown, J.Z. Smith, and others have demonstrated, the focus of religious power was moving away from famous cult sites and towards individuals in late antiquity. In fact, Iamblichus and Eunapius explicitly make this point about mediumistic prophecy. Iamblichus claimed that a god could enter a properly prepared medium wherever he might be, and Eunapius emphasized that the holy woman Sosipatra could give inspired prophecies as good as any obtained from an unmovable oracle. So what we're seeing with the PGM and with similar text is we're seeing a professional magical tradition that is outside of the mainstream institutes of religion. And they are trying to offer people alternatives. So they are using similar types of magic from their cultural context, but they're providing them with their own means, you know. So the big reason they're using kids is because they use kids at Delphi. They use kids at Claros, right? And then on top of that, kids, as we've talked about, are susceptible. You can utilize them. You can put images in their head. They're not going to be too imaginative and in terms of having outside information or coming up with their own thing. Anything that they create is going to be of the magic, is the idea, right? So the next thing I wanted to get from Sarah is she provides us with a framework for how these type of spells tend to go. And she gives 4 parts to these spells. She says, the practitioner carefully selects a child who meets certain specifications. They got to be uncorrupted normally, a virgin, they got to be healthy, right? The practitioner blindfolds the child and then calls a god or spirit into him, using various incantations, applying various materials. Removing the blindfold, the practitioner tells the child to gaze at either a lamp's flame or at a bowl of specially prepared liquid, oil, water, or a combination of the two are the most common choices hereafter. I will refer to this practice simply as gazing. For the god or spirit appears in the liquid or flame and speaks to the child, who then relays information back to the practitioner. So you get a kid, you put the spirit or God into the kid, then you have the kid look into an oracular flame or oracular pool, and then they were able to divine. And you would ask the kid various questions, usually leading them. Do you see Anubis? Do you see the thief who stole my stuff? You know, whatever you're asking and trying to look for. So now what I want to do is show you guys some of this magic on display. Okay, so this is from PGM book 4, and this is the lamp divination. This is one of the more famous ones, and this comes from a translation from Sarah Ills Johnson herself. It says, put an iron lampstead in a clean house at the eastern part, and place upon it a lamp that is not red. Light the lamp. Let the lamp wick be made of new linen. Light the incense burner and make an offering of frankincense on grapevine wood. The child you use should be uncorrupted and pure. Formula. And then they give us the magic barbarous words. Because I implore you this day, today, this very time, to let light and the sun appear to this child, Anubis, servant of all the gods, and make this child fall into a trance and see the gods, all who are present at the divination. Come to me, you who fly through the air, called in secret codes and unutterable names, at this lamp divination that I perform, and enter into the child's soul, that he or she may receive the immortal form in mighty and incorruptible light. Hither to me, O Lord, riding on immaculate light without deceit and anger. Appear to me and to this child of yours. If the child says, I see your Lord in the light, say, O holy, and thus he will answer. So here we're seeing this pretty classic version of the rite. You utter these magical words, you draw the god down into the child, you have the child look at a source, and then you divine. So one of the things I wanted to show, this relates to Mark 14:51. This is actually comes from Eusebius, the Peripatio Evangelica. So this is the only surviving source we have for Porphyry's condemnation of the heretics, where he's condemning the Christians and he's talking about the pagan rites. So while this is Eusebius, this is actually Porphyry being quoted in Eusebius. And so what he's talking about here is unbinding of the god Apollo And I feel that this is really related to what we're seeing with all this divinatory magic and what's happening in the Gospel of Mark. So let me read for you from the words of Prophery. Now that the gods so summoned are eager to withdraw, will be shown by such passages as the following, where they say, "But now release the king, for mortal frame no longer can the present God endure." And again, "Why would long prayers torment this mortal frame?" And again, "Go now, return with speed, thy saving work on me is done." And how to dismiss him? Apollo himself will teach us, saying, "Cease then thy cunning spells, let the man rest, free the old image from its willow bands, and from my limbs with vigorous hands rend off the linen shroud." He told also the mode of dismissal. "Lift thy foot up high before thee, stop the muttering from the cave," in the verses that follow these. To which he adds, "If they are still tardy in the dismissal, unwrap the linen cloud and set the prophet free." Again, at another time, he gave a form of dismissal such as this: "Ye nymphs and naiads with the muses, join to set Apollo free." And then in songs exalt the praises of the archer god. At another time he says, "Now loose the wreaths, with water bathe my feet, rub out the magic lines and let me go. The branch of laurel from my right hand take, and both my eyes, both nostrils wipe with care. Then raise, O friends, this mortal from the ground." And we don't have the magical rites, but we do have Macrobius in his Saturnalia talks about how they did similar things for the god Saturnus. Saturn, during the Saturnalia, would be unbound from woolen linen binds, woolen linen chains that bound him and kept him in place. So there's this thing about death, being bound in the wool and the linen, and being released from the wool and the linen, having to do with this oracular magic and this coming out of death and into life. We see it with both Apollo and with Saturn, the binding and the bathing of the feet, right? So now I want to get into the PGM proper. So this is one that gets cited a lot by scholars as being really similar to what we see in the Gospel of Mark. And this is the PGM 48893, another to Helios. It says, "Wrap a naked boy in linen from head to toe, then clap your hands. After making a ringing noise, place the boy opposite the sun, and standing behind him, saying the formula, 'I am Barbarioth. Barbarioth am I.' Magic words, 'Come in this little one today, for I am Barbarioth.'" So you're empowering yourself, using these divine names of these other divinities to call spirits into the body of a child, right? And there's a ringing noise, you're standing behind him, the child is wrapped in linen and he's naked, right? Does it sound like what's happening in the Gospel of Mark? Like,
Yeah, and look, it says Yahoo Adonai.
right? Yahoo Adonai, Yahoo Adonai, Sabaoth, right? Yeah, it's the magic words. Kind of crazy.
Yeah, those are all gospel. Like, we hear that in the Bible. It's like, wait a minute.
Right. So here's another one. So we talked about how in Mark 16, we have the boy now in the magic robe, and he's standing at the tomb at the sepulchre. So this one relates to this. So PGM 4, 154, 285. Neophotes and Semetios, immortal king of Egypt. Greetings. Since the great God has appointed you a mortal king, and nature has made you the best wise man, I too, with a desire to show you the industry in me, have sent you this magical procedure, which with complete ease produces a holy power. And after you have tested it, you too will be amazed at the miraculous nature of this magical operation. You will observe through bold divination on whatever day or night you want, in whatever place you want, beholding the God in the water and hearing a voice from the God which speaks in verses in answers to whatever you want. You will attain both the ruler of the universe and whatever you command, and he will speak on other matters about which you ask. You will succeed by inquiring this way. First, attach yourself to Helios in this matter. At whatever sunrise you want, provided it is the third day of the month, go up to the highest part of the house and spread a pure linen garment on the floor. Do this with a mystagogue. A mystagogue is a young boy in training. Well, some could also be a girl, but it's a young student in training. Okay, do this with a mystagogue. But as for you, crown yourself with dark ivy while the sun is in mid-heaven at the 5th hour, and while looking upward, lie down naked on the linen, and order your eyes to be completely covered with a black band, and wrap yourself like a corpse. Close your eyes and keeping your direction toward the sun. Begin these words. So now you're wrapped up in the linen like a corpse, and the boy is standing next to you. Isn't that the same image that we see in Mark 16? Jesus wrapped in the linen and the boy in the magic robe, switching, role reversal. And we see it here in the PGM with these two spells. Isn't that weird?
Wow, that's insane.
Right? So here's another good one for you guys. Okay. PGM 4, 348:58. Divination by means of a boy. After you have laid him on the ground, speak, and a dark-colored boy will appear to him. I call upon you, inhabitants of chaos and Erebus, of the depth, of earth, watchers of heaven, of darkness, masters of things not to be seen, guardians of secrets, leaders of those beneath the earth, administrators of things which are infinite, those who wield power over earth, servants in the chasm, shudderful fighters, fearful ministers, inhabitants of dark Erebus, coercive watchers, rulers of cliffs, grievers of the heart, advisors, adverse daimons, iron-hearted ones. Reveal concerning the matter which I am considering. Okay, so screaming and going into hell but using a boy. And then there's a dark version of the boy will appear to him. A mirror version of him will appear to him. Isn't that weird again?
Yeah, it's like his shadow self or something.
Right?
Like use the youth's like subconscious to do this.
Right? It's so interesting. And so now I wanted to go to another magical text. This is the Demotic Magical Papyri of London. And so this comes from us, the collection 3. And so this is another kind of a wild spell. We're going to look at a few from the Demotic Papyri. This one is a little lesser known. So it says, let them eat, let them drink, let them pass a festal day. When they have finished, you speak to Anubis, saying, dost thou make inquiry for me? If he says, at once, you say to him, the god will make my inquiry today. Let him stand up. If he has stood up, you say to him, the child, say to Anubis, carry off things from the midst. You cry before him, the god, instantly saying, O Agatho Daimon of today, Lord of today, O thou whose possession these moments are, you cause the boy to say to Anubis, the god will inquire for me today. Let him tell me his name. When he stands up and tells his name, you ask him concerning everything that you wish. It's spirit gathering. You take 7 new bricks before they have been moved so as to turn them to the other face. You take them, you being pure without touching them against anything on earth, and you place them in their manner in which they were placed again. And you place 3 tiles under the oil, and the other 4 tiles you arrange them about the child without touching any part of him against the ground or 7 palm sticks. You treat them in this fashion also. And you take 7 clean loaves and arrange them around the oil with 7 lumps of salt. And you take a new dish and fill it with 10 clean oasis oil and add to the dish gradually without producing cloudiness so that it becomes clear exceedingly. And you take a boy pure before he has gone with a woman. You speak down onto his head while he stands, previously to learn whether he will be profitable in going to the vessel. If he is profitable, you make him lie on his belly. You clothe him with a clean linen tunic, and you call down onto his head, there being a girdle on the upper part of the tunic. You utter this invocation that is above, down into his head. He gazing downwards, looking into the oil for 7 times, his eyes being closed. When you have finished, you make him open his eyes. You ask him about what you desire. You do it until the time of the 7th hour of the day. The invocation that you uttered down into his head previously to test him in his ear as to whether he will be profitable in going to the vessel. Formula. Noble ibis, falcon, hawk, noble and mighty, let me be purified in the manner of the noble ibis falcon. Hawk, noble, mighty. You utter this down into his head for 7 times when you utter this, and then his ears speak. If his 2 ears speak, he is very good. If it be his right ear, he is good. If it be his left ear, he is bad. But you see, even in the Egyptian magical texts, we're seeing the same thing. But it's also, we're still seeing this connection to the Greek as well, because they're using Greek terms like the agatho daimon, right? So there's this syncretic tradition here that's happening on both sides, you know?
Well, it would have had to have been blended in because, as I was saying in my presentation, like all of that stuff with making eunuchs, so circumcision too would have also been practiced. And you were saying like the Hyksos and would have been an early group of Canaanites too that lived in Egypt, so they would have been exposed to these practices since for a very long time, since before it got really specific like this too. But we see it in
Right.
the Egyptian text too. They're also using boys, they're also using children to perform divination.
Yeah.
And it's an ancient practice. So the idea that Jesus wasn't trying to do that is kind of suspicious, you know, because a lot of other people at that time were doing that, specifically
Right.
in the same way that he's being caught when he's arrested.
Well, this is why, like, if you look at books like Morton Smith's Jesus the Magician, he points out all of these contemporary to Jesus figures who are going, this guy looks like a magician. He talks like a magician. He's acting like a magician. We think he's doing that magic because, like you said, this would have been just, it would have, this is what a magician looks like. This is what a magician does, you know?
Yeah,
It's
and there's
wild.
even texts like the Toldat Yeshu and stuff that talk about Jesus being a magician specifically in rabbinical literature, like saying, oh, we thought he was a magician and that's why we had to take him out. It's like, okay, but also that's inherent with early Judaism is the magic
Yep.
stuff and all of the stuff they inherited from their
Moses is a
Canaanite
magician
past.
too, you know?
It's just Jesus was doing it on people, I guess, and they didn't want him leaking that out, I guess. I don't know.
He was undermining, he was doing it when in a way that was slightly different to them and undermining their authority, you know? You're supposed to only do that in the temple, right? Only after you pay the priests.
Ooh, yeah, that makes it even freakier because, you know, it's like they have to create temples to host this stuff. You know, they have to
Right?
have communities that allow this, and they want to keep it within those communities. They want to keep it within Judea and stuff. So when Jesus is out doing it in public and stuff, it's like freaking people out.
It totally freaking everyone out. Exactly. So here's another wild one for you guys. This is collection 29 from the Demotic Magical Papyri. Behold, a form of inquiry of the sun, of which they say it is well tested. Its spirit gathering, you take a young boy who is pure. You make the spirit formula, which is written for it. You take him before the sun. You make him stand on a new brick at the moment at which the sun shall rise, and it comes up entirely with the entire disk. You put a new mat of linen behind him. You make him shut his eyes. You stand upright over him. You recite down into his head. You strike down on his head with your raw finger of your right hand, after filling his eye with paint, which you made before. Nasira, Optis, Shafi, Bibiu is the true name. Bis, lotus, open to me heaven in its breadth and height. Bring to me the light which is pure. Let the God come to me who has the command, and let him say to me, answer to everything which I am asking here today in truth without falsehood therein. Let the pure light come to me. Let the boy be enchanted. Let answer be given me. Let the God who has command come to me and tell me answer to everything about which I shall ask, in truth without falsehood therein. Therefore you recite his compulsion another 7 times, his eyes being shut. And we got more. Come to the boy, let the God who has command come to him. Let him answer to everything which I shall ask here today. If the light is slow to come within, you say, you put frankincense on the brazier. You utter this great name after all those you utter it, from beginning to end, and vice versa. You say, let the boy see the light. Let the God who has command come in. Let him tell me answer to everything about which I shall ask here today in truth without falsehood. Behold another form of it again. You take the boy to an upper lofty place. You make him stand in a place where there is a large window before him, its opening looking to the east where the sun shines. In rising into it, you paint the boy's eyes with paint which is prescribed. You recite to him times or 7 times. You stand over him. You make him gaze before the sun when it fills the uzat. He standing upright on a new brick, there being a new linen robe behind him and his eyes being closed. You recite down into his head. You strike on his head with your finger. You offer frankincense before him. When you have finished, you make him open his eyes. Then he sees the gods behind him speaking with him. The ointment which you put in the boy's eyes when he goes to any vessel inquiry of the sun. You take 2 of the river, both alive. You bum one of them with vine wood before the sun. You put the blood of the other in it. You pound it with myrrh. You make them into a pill, they measuring 1 finger in length. You put this into his eyes. You take a coal pot and a coal stick. You pound this drug with a little set stone of Ethiopia and Egyptian vine water, and you fill your eyes with it. You fill your eyes with this drug. You look toward the sun when it fills the uzat, your eyes being open towards it. Then he appears to you. He gives you answer to everything. Its chief point is purity. It is profitable for the boy, and it is profitable to you yourself as a person acting alone. So in this one, you can use a boy or you can do it yourself, but you got to put a ton of drugs in your eye.
Yeah, and so is this one from the PGM or is it completely different from the PGM?
This is a different text from the PGM. This is called the Demotic Magical Papyri. So it was also found in Alexandria, but it's largely written in Demotic, right? And instead of Greek.
Wow,
But there
that's
are
amazing.
still Greek throughout it.
Because there's one in the PGM, like in the Betts one, that is talking about anointing the eyes too. And
Right.
it's like, yes, the eyes, if you put stuff in your eyes, it's going to directly go into your eyes and then into your bloodstream. So that's
And
how
you'll
they're
see some
applying
shit.
it. Yeah. And, you could even do that with Murex. And it would probably affect you the same way. Like, and it's not like caustic to put it in your eyes. You could just squirt the stuff in your eyes and it would probably act as a narcotic because it's a depressant, respiratory, slower, like it'll make your whole immune system slow down.
It's so wild, right? But you see this now. Now we've got the boy with the Christing oil, wrapped in linen, standing on a brick with you above him, banging on his head. Like it's getting wild. Like
Yeah, they're like, yeah, you got to tap him a few times and then he'll see something.
With your magic finger, right? With your finger of Ra.
Yeah, it's so weird, like the Egyptian stuff blended in with it too.
Right? So we got one more that we're going to read from the Demotic Magical Papyri, and then we're going to go to some medieval texts. So this is from collection 14. That which another man said to me, open my eyes unto 4 times. A vessel divination, open my eyes, open thy eyes, and vice versa unto 3 times. Open, tat, open, nat, 3 times. Open unto me 3 times. For I am Artemo, born of Hamio, the great basilisk of the east, rising in glory together with thy father at dawn. Hail, Ibis. Hey, open to me, ha. You say it with a drawling voice, Artemo, open to me, ha. If thou dost not open to me, ha, I will make thee open to me, ha. O Ibis, Sprinkle that I may see the great God. Anubis, the power that is about my head, the great protector of the Uzat, the power Anubis, the good ox herd. At every opening of the eye which I have made, reveal thyself to me, for I am Natham, Nazad, so we got a bunch of names here. He who is without, hail Phrix, Ix, the great child Anubis, for I am that soldier, O ye of the Atef crown. Hail, let all that I have said come to pass here today. Thy correct name, whom they call Tom, Anaktom, thou art Tahuti. Is thy name Sitham, Anthiam, Opseo? Black, open to me the mouths of my vessel here today. Come to the mouths of my vessel, my bandage. Let my cup make the reflection of heaven. May the hounds of the Hulat give me that which is just in the abyss. May they tell me that about which I inquire here today truly, there being no falsehood in them. You take a bowl of bronze, you engrave a figure of Anubis in it. You fill it with water, let it to settle, and guarded the sun should reach it. You finish its surface of the water with fine oil. You place it on 3 new bricks, their lower sides being sprinkled with sand. You put 4 other bricks under the child. You make the child lie down upon his stomach. You cause him to place his chin on the brick of the vessel. You make him look into the oil, he having a cloth spread over his head, there being a lighted lamp on the right and a censer with fire on his left. You put a leaf of Anubis plant on the lamp. You put this incense on the fire. You recite these spells which are above to the vessel 7 times. So look at this. You have a kid this time. He's now laying on these bricks with his head over a brass bowl that has water and oil in it. And he's got a linen sheet put over him to hotbox, and they got a sensor that is pumping smoke into this hotbox. Okay? Like this poor kid.
Yeah, it's like a torture. Well, I mean, I guess he's sedated, but it's still messed up what's going on.
It's still messed up.
I don't think he
they
knows
got him
what's going
bound
on.
up and they're forcing him to look into a pool, right? And he's racked out on drugs. Like, wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're like, well, he's a kid. He won't remember it. Bullshit.
God, it's just so wild. All right. The incense which you put on the fire, frankincense, wax, styrax, turpentine, date stone, grind them with wine. You make them into a ball and you put them on the fire. When you have finished, you make the child open his eyes. You ask him, saying, is the God coming in? If he says the God has come in, you recite before him the formula. Thy bull, Mao, Ho, Anubis, this soldier, this Kam, this Kem, is thy name by thy correct name. You ask him concerning that which you desire. When you have finished your inquiry, which you are asking about, you call him 7 times. You dismiss the god to his home, his dismissal formula. Farewell, Anubis, the good ox herd. Okay, so yeah, that's all I wanted to show you in that one, but pretty wild. So now we've got the Greek magical texts, we have the Egyptian magical texts, right? We have this whole pagan tradition. Now we're going to go into the medieval era. So this text, okay, is a really interesting one. This is called the N.S. Rawlings. It's an unknown, well, it's a lesser known grimoire. It's held within the University of London, and it was composed in the late 15th century. Okay, so what I want to show you is that they're still doing these rites. Now they've become fully Christianized. Okay, so this is from a grimoire from England, 15th century. It says, in the beginning, this prayer is said over the head of the boy before the invocation of spirits. God, you who sent your Holy Spirit over your apostles, send your Holy Spirit over the understanding of this virgin boy and illuminate and clarify his understanding and soul, so that in the spirit of truth, he may be able to see your good creatures and through them may you deign to reveal to us the truth about this thing concerning which we seek or desire to know. You who live and reign, God for all ages. Amen. And then get this, they would have the boy standing on a specific type of stone, a special elevated stone, and he would gaze into a pool of water with oil.
No
Exactly like
kidding.
the Egyptian. Exactly like the Egyptian. And this is how many years later on the other side of the flipping of the Mediterranean, right?
Almost 1,000 years, more than 1,000 years later.
This stuff is still going on. Okay. Now we're going to see one. This is coming to us now from Germany, 100 years after this text. Okay. So this is an anonymous grimoire that's been published recently as Forbidden Rites and was edited by Richard Kuykheffer, if people are interested. If you go search Forbidden Rites, you can find this particular grimoire. Okay. But it was only recently published, 1600s, anonymously produced. So this is what it says. It says, by that self same providence which God had in mind when he made the world, that you should obey my dominion, not through my power, but by that of the omnipotent majesty of God, I conjure and call to witness you demons by that wisdom of the eternity of God, which caused heaven to be established above and founded and perfected the earth below, of elements which it linked up in the work of the world, and by the prudence by which God separated light from darkness and created both, so that by art and mastery, by your master, Astaroth, given to you, you caused the nail of this boy, anointed with oil, to grow and illuminate and increase in width, so that there may appear plainly, and he can see in it the thief and the thing stolen, and place it was taken from, and the place it has been taken to, and where it was set, and whatever was done in this theft. So he's causing divination to appear in the child's thumbnail, but we still have a virgin boy, being anointed and being made to see spirits.
Yeah, anointed with oil. So he's not clothed when he's anointed with oil. Like, are you gonna
Nope.
put your clothes back on after anointing yourself with oil? That doesn't make sense.
And look at this, Astaroth. They're still invoking the goddess. They've just invoking her in a corrupted name by your master, Astaroth, Astarte. Like, what is going on?
That is such an interesting name. Like, this is kind of unrelated, but when I was in middle school, I was like coming up with names for like a little thing I was doing, and Astaroth was one of them, and I had no idea what that was. I was like, is this something that someone's already thought of before? But that like popped into my head. So it's really weird, like certain things like that are just strange, because I see it
You
in magical
remember.
text now, and I'm like, it's just weird because I had no clue about that as a kid, and now you're telling me that they use that name in a rite with boys. It's like I was a youth then, so it's like, what the hell? What's going on?
Yeah.
What is it about being a youth or a virgin or something that allows divine inspiration, and why are people trying to exploit that?
I think it's because, right, like, youth represents the height of life, that purity of potential. When you enter into puberty, you're now at that peak. You've reached that moment in life where everything is like at its most empowered, and there is this purity of the experience, right? You haven't been corrupted by, a child doesn't think about, a child has a hard time being super greedy because they haven't had yet, so they don't know what to even want because they haven't had, so children are just so innocent, right? And so there's a power and a magic in that innocence, in that naivety, right? And people are so desperate to return to that magic, that wonder, right?
Yeah, and some people are quick to dismiss that as like a weakness or like some sort of thing that's like meant to be exploited. Like throughout history, like with my presentation, I was just saying like children have been exploited and abused and religiously like that's how it's been enforced. And it's just terrible to think about, like, because, you know, children are really innocent and impressionable as it is. So imagine a world where that is reality, where you have to believe in a set belief system that says that you might have to become a eunuch, or you might have to be sacrificed, or like the reason you're starving is because God decrees it, or it just is a very self-deprecating thing to think about, like the way people treated their children in the past. And we are living in a very different society now than in ancient times, but we're still dealing with the same problems today, surely.
Yeah, it's the same issues. They've just gotten, they're just different. They're just framed in a different way. Things, it's like, we're the same but different. Things change, but then they don't also. It's one of these wild things about life. It's like we keep making the same mistakes over and over and over and over again. And like, it's important too, like when we're looking at all this stuff, we see this kind of wild magical abuse of children happening across from our earliest human to our present, and we're talking about how do we get out of this stuff? How do we push away from this? How do we expose and talk about this? Right? Like that's what we need to be thinking about here is now what do we do? Like we see these kind of rights, we see that this is ongoing and there's a cultural current that goes all the way back to the most ancient of human civilization, right? And until we can break free of this, or until we can be honest about ourselves, how are we ever going to grow, as a community, as a real human species?
I would just say, like, education is the key. Like, as long as there's people like us attempting to get the word out there that, yes, we've lived in a world that is highly abusive towards its civilians, to its children, and it's using religion as control, it's using ignorance as a way to move people around. It's terrible the way people are exploited through not understanding history. And like when we put that in perspective, we can see that piracy, human trafficking, the stuff Jesus was doing is all connected because they lived in a society where that was prevalent and it wasn't being policed in a way that it is now.
Right.
Like by the time Jesus is living, it's just then being it's like they're trying to prevent this stuff from popping up again. They're trying to create a society where that doesn't occur, but because it's already so prevalent in all over the world. So the idea that Jesus is doing it, and the idea that through the Renaissance, Christianity has been portrayed as like this ethical religion when it's not, and neither is any monotheistic religion, because it's not based on ethics. It's based on obedience, and that's the whole problem.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
when it's patriarchal obedience, that means it's okay to abuse your children to enforce that belief, and that's wrong. It's inherently wrong.
I was reading Ammon's book, what's it called? Original Sin. And Original Sin, he really breaks it down and explains, we have to look at, like, I look at the Crusades and what happened during the Dark Ages, like the Christian, let's just call them the Christian genocides. The Christian genocides, they destroyed our original European and Mediterranean cultures. They destroyed them. They took our languages and they've twisted them into this Epstein empowerment, capitalist nightmare shit, And what I see is that this Christianity has a continued through line. It becomes the Holy Roman Empire. It becomes the French and British empires. It becomes the American empire.
Well,
right?
look at
And
Russia. Like
exactly.
they're highly influenced by their Christian roots that
Oh yeah.
stem from the Byzantine Roman Empire, which is like they are not even Christian, like in the church, but it's like, what did they know that their whole religion is based on child slavery,
But you
And
know what?
they think that's some sort of ethical thing that means they can go and invade other countries. Like Russia is built on that. So it's
But
built
what
on a
I'm
lot.
Oh yeah, but what I'm trying to get at here is that like colonialism, which is the root that founded America, slavery and the genocide of the indigenous people, that still has its roots in Christianity. Nazism, still all of this, it all comes back to this fundamental flaw here. This Abrahamic flaw, this monotheistic flaw is the root of all of this. It's all following the same pattern, right? Whether it's Islamic or Christian or what have you, it's always these men who are out to self-empower themselves and to create this kind of cult of personality, you know?
Yeah, I think in a way, by creating that cult of personality, they think they've become like the god that they imagined, you know? And it's just
Absolutely.
not the case, because we see the aftermath every single time. And you're completely right. All the genocide and the justification for the destruction of different ethnic groups is highly motivated from different monotheistic perspectives.
Absolutely. Like, I think that Mormonism in many ways is the most honest of the Christian traditions because you get to see it in all of its absurdity. Because Joseph Smith just tells you, you too can be like God and have your own planet and have all your own playthings, your own wives as your own possessions. And like, but this is what they're all doing. If you listen to Epstein and Elon Musk, are they any different than Joseph Smith? Are they any different than Jesus Christ? They're all talking about the same thing. You follow this image of an empowered God man and you live vicariously through that image and you empower all these other men, then you too can be a God king and have your own planet with your own and be able to rape and pillage people at your will. You know?
Yeah, and it's never about actually being a spiritual person. It's all about materialism and how to enforce tyranny and control. Like, look at Peter Thiel. What business does he have talking about Christianity and the Antichrist with the stuff that he is doing? It with some mass surveillance. You want to like we don't need a pastor running mass surveillance.
But
It's
look at what he
terrible.
says is the like Peter Thiel. Who does he say is the Antichrist? Greta Thunberg. And when you press him on it, what does he say? Why? Because she's a young, empowered woman who cares about nature. His greatest fear are empowered women who are fighting for our planet. That to him is the Antichrist. This should be a fucking like, this should make everyone freak the fuck out. Like, how could you view young women as the problem? Educated women who care about our planet. Like that is fucking evil. They asked him, hey, Peter Thiel, do you think humanity should survive? He paused. He couldn't answer right away. It's infamous. There was this one journalist who counted. He paused for 18 seconds before he stumbled and was like, but I think humanity will evolve beyond itself. So he wants to turn us into some kind of transhumanist robot shit. His whole idea is he wants to create a perfected God in the machine. Again, these men are always the same, like Zeus, like Teal. They want to give birth on their own. They want to create their own child in the machine. AI is going to manifest Jesus, which will spy on all of us and create their own Christian nightmare. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, transhumanism and stuff really alludes to the idea that like soon we're going to lose control of the autonomy of our bodies. Like
Yeah.
eventually we're going to all grow old enough to where we have or we're going to have to end up relying on technology to preserve our bodies, which have our minds and souls, and that's how we operate. But then that's no longer going to be in our control, is what they're suggesting. And it's like, do people want to live in a world like that in the future? Probably not. But when we abandon nature and we demonize the feminine and we assume that the patriarchy and what we've assumed is correct about the world is the way things should be, then we get greedy tyrants that
Yeah.
perpetuate that nonsense, and they're not educated and they're not
No, and
reading
they
any history books, so they just believe that.
No, and they're just playing on our basic human fear, I keep harping on this, but it's such a good point. What is the most primal human fear there is, right? It's this idea that where we are is dangerous and we need to leave. Our ancestors were once fish who got the fuck out of the water and went on land. who then spread to every corner of the globe. The whole colonialism thing was because people in Europe were forced out of Europe and they wanted to go make a new life for them somewhere else. But now we're stuck. Where do we go here in our current world? There's nowhere left to colonize. There's nowhere left to go. So they create anti-reality bullshit. They give us video games and nonsense. They tell you about you create a matrix in the machine, AI, false life, or they say they're going to take you to Mars or to the moon, get you out of this world. Don't deal with your problems. Don't face real life. Just run. Just run away,
It's the perfect excuse, and it works because it's enticing. It's like, why wouldn't you want to go on vacation as compared to reading a history book to understand why we got to where we are? It's like the reason why all those things and amenities exist is to distract us from the overarching reality, which is that we aren't in control of our lives in the way that we necessarily want to be. And that's not our fault. It's not the government's. It's not any particular person's fault, but it's collectively a mistake of many different people that were uneducated and just, made mistakes. And, they're still doing that. And the only way we can fix it is by educating ourselves. And I think that's the only thing we can do in a world that continues to perpetuate things like revelation, like, oh, we're in the Middle East now what, so we're going to do World War III next. Like, no, I don't want to do World War III. I don't think anybody does. Like, so why do monotheists push this narrative that, oh yeah, we all want to go fight and do an end time battle where the whole fucking planet blows up?
Because that's the only way you can convince people to go die for capital, right? You gotta create these ridiculous narratives. It's all about, right? Like who is making money, right? Like America's still going, even though the Strait of Hormuz is closed and we're on the tip of war. And we've been on the tip of war now for what, a bloody year? Why? Because the big companies, the oil companies, are getting paid, and they're gonna push it. They're gonna push it until it's untenable. And even then, they may push it after. Like, this is one of the biggest wake-up calls for me. I remember I read this really interesting book a while back on the Vietnam War. You know that the Vietnam War, the America lost militarily. It didn't lose economically. The Vietnam War was a massive success. America made trillions. The deaths of all those Americans worked in its favor. The American war machine learned from that. They said, okay, conscription is bad, but let's,
And a lot of the Viet Cong military supplies was supplied by communist China. So it was really like us fighting the communist China forces in Vietnam. And so we were sending our guys there almost like a handshake deal. Let's go send our guys there and see what happens, see who wins. And it's just terrible what the outcome was. Like, so many people died as a result on both sides, and innocent people too that never were even fighters ended up getting involved.
And this is just a natural thing of war. When you look at the history of the Crusades and you start to see how they got riled up, almost always when a crusade went underway, it was because there was too many people with not enough stuff to do. There was even a children's crusade because they wound up all these orphans. They had all these orphans that they didn't want to pay for, that they didn't want to house. And what did they do is they wound them up, got them pumped up on Jesus, and told them to go kill their neighbor. Most of them never even made it to the Middle East. Most of them died on the way, but that was the goal. They didn't care as long as the kids got the F out of Europe. That was the whole point. And we keep seeing it, these wars to kill young people, right? To keep the capitalistic thing churning. You need more blood sacrifice. It's like the war in Ukraine, right? They're just sacrificing Ukrainians and Russians to the machine while both the West and the East are making bank off it,
Well, and it works so well, especially for Ukraine and Russia, because they're both super religious. Like, a lot of them are Orthodox Christians in some ways. So they believe this is my fate to do this religiously. I mean, maybe I'm generalizing, but, I think it's a pretty prevalent thing.
they're both caught up in this nonsense because you can see it on both sides, right? You see in the Ukrainian, they have that Azov nationalism battalion, right? They have all this Catholic supremacy stuff where they're fighting against Russia and they got to push out the Poles. But then on the Russian side, you see the same kind of shit. They have that extremist orthodoxy, that extreme Nazi streak themselves. And they have all of this pseudo mythology where they believe that the Russian nation was founded in Crimea. You know, they have this whole poetic mythos. We have to take back Crimea because that's where the Golden Horde and Europe met and Russia was born. And this is our, you know, so it's again, it's bullshit that they sell to young people to go get them killed. And now you can see in places in Russia now, they got cities that are depopulated where all the young people are gone, or they're now, because of drone warfare, you're seeing lots of people without arms and legs, cripples, you know, and like, and this is the reality. This is what we're seeing. It's so fucked up, you know?
Yeah, and that's what's terrible. Like, because people lie about Jesus being a pedophile and all this shit, we're sending people to die. And it's for both sides. Like, as long as people believe in their narratives, they're going to send people at each other to kill each other. And like, I'm just like, it's just like you said. Can you imagine getting blown up by a drone? Because that's that's the technology and that's the standard of warfare that we're on the precipice of. Like, Iranian soldiers are using these drones, have already shown they want to use drones to blow up battleships. It's like, it's not going to be long until there is a conflict and we'll have to send people there, and it's not going to be pretty.
And look,
And
both sides are insane. Islamic nationalism versus Christian nationalism. No one is right here. Everyone's crazy. You know, one guy is the aggressor, sure, but that doesn't mean like everyone's crazy and everyone's got guns. Like, what's gonna happen? You
yeah,
know,
there's no education before the murder starts. There's no
right?
diplomacy, and it's just getting worse as far as I can tell.
It's just getting worse. But what we can do is we can resist these Abrahamic narratives. We can't fall into this Crusader King nonsense because that's what they want to do. Like they're currently trying to turn the U.S. military into a Christian Crusader cult under Pete Hegseth. You know?
Yeah, they're like, oh, Christianity's never been stronger in America. All these people are now turning Christian. It's like, for what? Like, I don't think that's true. Like, I think church attendance is the lowest it's ever been. And it's like, you think people want to go fight and die for a religious reason too? I don't think so. I think people are like having a hard time just feeding themselves and
What
paying rent.
This is an interesting thing. What you see, and this is a phenomenon that we talk about in history and anthropology, is that like when cultures face this kind of extreme pressure like this, you see a return to more earlier forms of religion. So what we're seeing in America is a rise of Catholicism, a rise of earlier, more radical forms of like Baptists, and we're seeing a rise in paganism, like you and I, right? And in Europe, you're seeing the same thing. So we do get this return, like, so some aspects of religion are dying, right? The religion that we grew up with from 10 years ago, that mainstream hippie kumbaya stuff, that's all going out the wayside. And we're seeing a return to more orthodoxy because when cultures start to collapse, when things get panicked, people fall to these more stable things. We saw the same thing, like if you look in Germany before World War II, right after World War I, there was a massive boom in paganism and a massive boom in Catholicism, you know, at the same time.
Yeah, it's absolutely strange to think about because, like, in order to, like, talk about the subjects like we do now, you have to get through all this different literature and, I don't know how you would describe them. Like, there's theosophy and all these different cults that you have to go through to understand the different occult aspects of religion itself, because it's not just contained to Christianity or Judaism or Islam. It's far more expansive. You know, we're talking about mystery cults that are a blend of Greco-Egyptian magic in the Roman era. Like, this is highly syncretized, thought out, and planned. Like, a lot of it is tradition that's just been recorded. Like, so we're seeing all of that. And, you know, today we have modern medicine, and we think, well, why would they use all these substances? They understood them better than we do today.
Yeah. No, that's such a good point, you know. Oh, it's always the narcissism of small differences with religion. So much, you know, it's wild. It's like, I think like the real natural religion is simple. It's like the world is alive and it's diverse, and we're meant to go through the cycles, and we're meant to evolve and grow. And anything beyond that, I don't think we can really say much about, you know? Like, we can be poetic and we can expand to a certain point. We can talk about human experience, but we can't be certain about things. You know, there's a whole subsect of people who just refuse to face the limits of what it is to be human. You know, to be a person, to be an individual, and to live this life is to be in the dark with a flashlight. I don't care how brilliant you are, I don't care how well read you are. You're never going to know everything. Even if you were born in a time when our technology was capable of solving all of the questions, could you ever read enough to know the answers? Right? Like, we are limited by our physical nature, and we're all kind of dumb. And we can have a certain kind of understanding, and we can have a general scope, but we got to all admit our limits. And it's okay. We're a bunch of freaking apes living on a rock, you know?
Yeah, and it's really humbling to think about it that way, because like it puts it in perspective, because the evidence genetically and archaeologically also points to what you're saying. And it's like people come to that conclusion at different times, and when they do, it's just like, you know, we don't have to shame monotheists for what they do, but we do need to educate them for
Right.
what it is and how they can change and do better. You know, all we can do is do better from the mistakes of the past, because like how can we make up for all the child sacrifice and abuse that's occurred in the past? We can't. All we can do is tell people that, one, you shouldn't support institutions that enable this shit at all, because Catholicism does, and a lot, and they're building churches and stuff on top of Indian burial grounds all over the planet for fun. I mean, what's the point of that? I mean, they literally destroyed the Native Americans through the justification of Christianity. Oh, we got to get rid of these savages. Are you
It's
fucking kidding? They
it's
had
all about
advanced
control.
civilizations in Mesoamerica. So it's just
Oh,
ridiculous.
it's beyond ridiculous, right? When we read Plato, it's very clear. The Americas are Atlantis. If there was ever an Atlantis, it was here in America, you know? And they were super advanced. They were more advanced than us in certain ways, you know, but uh, just too many people came and just ransacked the place over hundreds of years. If you keep having a constant stream of people ransacking the place, no culture is going to survive that. You know, and you have hundreds of different cultures from all over the world coming to ransack the place. That's what happened in North and South America, you know? And it's just freaking wild. It's just wild. But like, we can look at the Catholics are the perfect ones to examine for this, because I grew up Catholic, okay? And they fucking sell you such bullshit, and they love themselves. We are the universal church. We are the sole
We established
morality.
literacy. We taught the world literacy, and we're so
Oh yeah.
charitable. And
We do all the charities. Mother Teresa sat there with the dead and the dying. You know, we have an entire charity network. We do more charity than anyone, right? And the Catholics do a lot of good, and they do a lot of charity, but it's all backhanded and for bullshit reasons. It's all to empower the grift. It's all for the sake of the cult. It's all for the sake of evil. And and you know, I'm not American, so maybe Americans will be offended by this, but I don't give an F at this point. But I look at America the same exact way because I got all the propaganda being in Canada. Oh, you guys are all freedom of speech. You have the Declaration of Independence. You got the Constitution. You're spreading freedom and democracy around the world. You're the most moral and beloved nation. But then you're also the nation that did the genocides of the Native Americans. You're also the nation that did slavery. You're also the nation that inspired Hitler. You're also the nation that's currently empowering Israel, currently genociding their own foreigners, right? Like you're currently genociding your own people in your own country, right? Like people are complaining about how bad China is when ICE has concentration camps all over the fucking place. Like, I don't know. Sorry. But
No, I mean, you're 100% right, because like the whole MAGA party and shit, they're all under this impression that Trump was going to do something for them when what the fuck had, like, obviously nothing's changed. And
no.
one, like, just look what's going on. They're going to send us to war, and then they're going to get what they want, right? So,
And you know,
what's
these kind of groups, they always do this. It's two sides, double-sided, you know,
the
right?
Christians are wholeheartedly for this. They're like, yeah, go blow up the Middle East, go blow them up,
All
and
right,
build the third
exactly,
temple.
exactly, exactly.
Build the
But
third temple.
yeah, they want to build the third temple. They
There
want to
was
go
never a
and
first or a second temple. Where is it at?
I know.
Where's
And
it
you know,
at?
the Christians, like they literally believe that if these Zionists, right, all these Zionists, until you unite Israel, there won't be a coming of the Messiah, and they won't have their heaven on earth. There won't be the coming of their whole little fulfillment fantasy. So they're all caught up in this. They got to build Israel to fulfill their Jesus fantasy or their Messiah fantasy. Pick one, you know? And this is the
Yeah.
thing. It's all such nonsense.
Well, and
The,
so,
the
and then they
result,
use that to genocide and ethnically cleanse the Arabs that are in the area. Why? I don't understand why. Because, like, honestly, the whole Zionist narrative is built on this idea that, this Proto-Sinaitic alphabet, the Hebrew alphabet's really old, and that is all made up. I mean, that's frankly all made up. Like, there's not any
yeah,
texts that corroborate that. Like,
right.
it's what we're getting in the Bible and the Jewish tradition. You can't retcon that onto the ancient texts and ancient evidence that's there. Like, that's what's going on. They're trying to say Israel existed when they didn't. There's no like actual city for the place that we have in ancient archaeology. There's no like, oh, this is ancient Israel 1, like a dugout site. No, there's nothing like that. It's a modern invention. They had to
Yep.
build modern Israel in the 40s, which they did. You know, it was actually Palestine before then. You know, ancient writers are referring to the whole region as Palestine through and through, from the 4th century BC up until they're trying to rename it. You know, like, it's just crazy.
It's absolutely crazy. But you know, that whole Israeli thing gets caught up into the magic of John Dee and that empire building of John Dee, right? It's an aspect of British colonialism. And then that becomes subsumed by American empire, right? The British Empire never ended. It just became American,
It's
you know?
identity crisis because they're Canaanites. So
Yeah.
why make up this whole monotheistic narrative instead of just claiming their actual heritage? Like, it's fucked up.
But
And
they
then
want, because what does this do though? I am the best. I am better than you. I am in power. I get to control all the money and all the wealth. I get to have my own country, right? In their fantasy, they literally believe that there's going to be a heaven on earth where they get to rule over everyone as the chosen people, right? Is the chosen people. And it's not all Jews, but you know, you listen to the crazy Zionists, this is how they're talking. They believe they're better than everyone and that they're going to create their own hierarchy on earth, right? Where them and their king get to rule over everyone.
that's what's so horrible. Like, you see how they treated the people on the flotilla. It's like, are we less than human for not believing that bullshit? Because I don't think so. I think they're not really paying attention to anything real. So how can they treat people like dogs? It's terrible.
Well, you know, it's also when you become the victim, when you turn yourself into the perpetual victim, then anything is possible. And that's what we've seen, you know. The genocide did happen to the Jews, but who else was genocided? The Roma, the queer people, they didn't turn it into a fucking narrative of a grift. We have the whole Holocaust industry, man. It became this whole lie thing where now they're making people feel so, they're using that weapon of shame to, Israel exists because of the weapon of shame. All of it. The people can commit all of this atrocity and treat people as not human because of the guilt and shame of the genocide. And the rest of the world is willing to turn a blind eye because of the guilt and the shame of the genocide.
It's horrifying because one, like Aramaic, they used to write in Aramaic, right? So did ancient Arabs and other ethnic groups. So you can't say that ancient Aramaic is ancient Hebrew. So is Arabic Hebrew then too, because it also derived its script from Arabic? That doesn't make any sense, you know? Like, so you can't retcon your whole ideology onto history, linguistics, science. You can't just project that onto all of it and say that, oh, it's all coinciding with each other and it has to fit my religious narrative.
But look, we're seeing this happening again and again and again, right? Paul, we talked about Paul, right? Jesus doesn't come back and he's faced with this world in which Christianity failed. And what does he do? Fuck the world. Fuck everyone. Double down. We're going to make it. And this is what you see with all religious zealots. The Zionists are the same. Oh, Israel never existed? Fuck you. We're going to change history. We're going to rewrite everything. The Nazis did the same thing. When their Aryan myths turned out to be a lie, did they abandon the lie? No, they abandoned history. They burned the books and they made up their own fucking bullshit. They forged evidence. This is what religious zealots do. That's what the Zionists will do. That's what the Christians will do. Rather than deal with the natural world around them, they'll just pretend and live in fairyland.
Well, it's absolutely seeped into the educational institutions because, like, when we look at the theories for the evolution of the alphabet, we get made up comparative linguistics, picture matching, and zero textual evidence about the evolution of what they called their letters. There's no evidence about what that is. So a lot of the reconstructions of Egyptologists and biblical scholars were made in the 18th century, like very recently, because there's not a lot of ancient texts to corroborate what defined ancient Canaanite language. Like they didn't write down what they called their names of letters and stuff. So, you know, linguists spent ages trying to decipher it for reasons like that.
Yep. And you know what happened in the past is they just obscured all this shit and they said pay no attention. And now what do is they create theologians. Yeah. They create pseudo history. We see the same thing. Like I was talking with Dion and I are doing this deep dive into Mormonism, and what we've the Mormons. It's really interesting. The Mormon Church, okay, to combat people leaving the Mormon Church, they've started to promote conspiracy within their own ranks. They literally fund fringe conspiracy YouTubers and stuff online because they know that people are going to fall for this. But if they can keep it within that Mormon sphere, then they can keep them attached to the cult. So the whole idea is anything to keep you attached to the cult. So they're even willing to fund reactionary extremists, people who they don't even agree with, but it's to give more fodder for the Mormons. It's to give more fodder for people so they don't leave, you know?
And they're using money to do this. They're using the tithing of the people, of the members to fund activities like this. That's what I think is terrifying. It's like, leave me alone.
I know that you when you tithe, you're paying for your own indoctrination and your own enslavement. It's fucking crazy, you know? But that's all of these churches. You know, the Mormons are just more successful than many of the others, and they're more open.
And I think there's a lot of people that leave and like are on and off with Mormonism for that reason, because like a lot of people that convert are ethically appealed to it, or ethically inclined to it, you know, like they think, oh, this is good for my children, it'll teach them how to be good kids, and then they leave the church later thinking, oh yeah, someone was right, Joseph Smith is bullshit, but they still practice things in a Mormon way and still go on and off, you know. So it's hard. It's like a cult that
Well,
messes
this
with your
is
emotions. It plays
this
on
is all cults.
that.
This is all cults. You know what? You know, I look at it so much of my family, right? My extended family. It's like they were born and bred in Catholicism. Their mothers, their fathers told them this stuff. Like I can't go to my grandmother and tell them that Jesus is a lie. You know, like she'd freak the fuck out. You know, and even if she was made to believe that Jesus was a lie, there's nothing that would ever make her leave the Catholic Church. She likes her priest and she likes her friends. You know, like it's so complicated when you deal with religion, and this is how they fucking get you. This is how they destroy us. You know, because they take everything that's good and wholesome. They manipulate their way into our families. You know, into what's most personal and what's most important.
It only takes a couple generations of belief until the
Yeah.
obedience is seeped into the bloodline. It's like, oh yeah, your family was Catholic for 7 generations. Oh, my family was Mormon for 15 generations. Oh, my family was Islamic for 30 generations. It's like, at that point, then how are you going to question your own beliefs? Because you're so ingrained with this idea that your whole existence has revolved around this religion, and the religion
Right.
itself has nothing to do with reality.
Yeah. It's just made up nonsense. It's just made up nonsense. But you know what happens if you had relatives who died for this shit? You know, that's the other thing. We Christian religions love martyrdom, and you know, and people love to martyr themselves for nonsense.
It's psychological, and it's purely psychological. It's like, if I blow myself up, will my mother love me? It's like, these are the types of questions that are truly going through this, like the mental gymnastics required to blow yourself up for a religion or a cult or anything like that, committing violence for a cult. That is literally what we see with monotheistic religion, is extremism
Yeah.
all over the place.
Yep, because they can't, you know,
It's
the
psychological
fundamental
abuse.
different, you know, polytheism by its very nature, right? It understands that, you know, the divine is going to express itself in the infinite diversity. So everyone is going to have a shade of truth by very nature. Everyone's got a shade of truth. Everyone's also got a shade of falsehood. But monotheism precludes all of that. It says there's a right and a wrong, and there is no shade, you know?
And it also says that you can never be perfect, and even if you try your best, you can never be good enough. So everyone else around you is also equally imperfect, and they're all lesser than you, right? Because as
Yep.
long as you believe, and as long as you're doing your best, then you're doing everything within God's purpose, right? So that means you're good and golden, and you're a golden boy. So
Yep.
that's how monotheists think.
It turns you
So,
into this sin obsessed weirdo who's
oh God.
constantly trying to control their animal instincts and beating the fuck out of themselves. And then when they look at other people who aren't beating the fuck out of themselves, they're resentful and angry and say, well, my God says you have to be doing this too. And if you're not going to do it, I'm going to make you fucking do it. You know?
Yep. You're 100% right. And you see the envy, like, of that, like, and it's terrible what it does to people, because it reinforces ideas like bigotry and prejudice, and like your experiences are linear and God-given. So you should feel that way about people. It's like, that's not true. That's not true. Like, that's
Right.
all subjective, and it's based on a misconception about reality and people's experiences, and people don't
And it
know that.
exploits people's naivety. Like so many
Yeah.
people just want to be good. They just want to be good. They just want to be loved. They just want to be told that they're doing what's right. And religion has a fucking monopoly on what's righteous. So all
Yeah.
of these good, righteous people get sucked into nonsense and become hypocritical assholes. You know, I see it time and time again, you know?
Yeah, it's like, how can you have $1 million and then you claim that you're poor and you live with the impoverished and you understand the struggle of what it is to be poor? It's like, that's bullshit. You can't do that and have $1 million
No,
unless
you
you
can't do
don't have
that.
a house and you wander around. And I don't see millionaires doing that hardly. Like,
Yeah, it's just it's just all so ridiculous, you know? And it's like it to me, you know, that whole monasticism kind of thing sums it up. Like these people would rather, you know, drop out of reality and stare at the fucking wall and wait for the end of times, praying for God to blow everything up. You know, like, because that's literally what a lot of these Catholic priests are waiting for. They're waiting for the end times. They're waiting for it to end. They want
it's
Jesus
nihilism. It's
Christ to
like,
come.
please just kill me. Like, kill
Yeah,
us all. Blow us all
right.
up, please. Like, it's
This whole
nihilistic.
world is an illusion, and
It's
it's a testing
imperfect.
ground, right? It's a trial. It's a prison. You know, the body is a prison. You know, like I'm so fucked up by a couple different weird things. Like, you know, my grandmother, okay, she was super Catholic. And if she did something wrong, she would drop everything, go to the church to confess. And then she would be doing crazy things. Like, I remember one time she was sleeping on the floor. I caught her sleeping on the floor because she wanted to punish herself for the sin of lying. So she's sleeping on the floor. This is like a 70-year-old woman. And I don't understand this as a young person. And I'm just like, my grandmother beating the fuck out of herself for the most minor of sins. And I'm looking at her beating the fuck out of myself now for my minor sins, you know? It's like it's all creepy and weird, you know?
Well, it's sad and it's terrible. Like, I saw the same thing with my mom. Like, it's just, she would reinforce her drinking by thinking like like her mistakes were a punishment, or like somehow she was being punished by God. You know, she would justify that as a reason to continue drinking, like that was her fate. You know, like,
Oh
people
man.
accept that, and you see that, and it leads to terrible consequences because people truly believe it, and they don't have any other faith in anything other than that death is probably the best result for them. And that's not the mentality anybody should be in real life. You know,
No.
like, that's purely programmed and taught to people to be ashamed of themselves and stuff. That's what we're seeing is that abuse, is like people saying, I have to physically punish myself because I've sinned. Like, that's programmed shit.
Yep, it's programmed shit. And you know, here's the thing, if people just, you know, tried to live within their means, enjoyed life a little bit, it's okay to indulge, it's okay to go have some sex, it's okay to go have a little drugs, it's okay to go watch some fucking movies, you know? Like if people just indulged a little and lightened up, things would be so much better. But for whatever reason, we can't. We can't, you know?
Yeah, it's all about like subliminal control and using fear to influence people to do things within a certain, like, because as long as people are scared like that, then they won't do certain things. You know, they won't
Right.
try to summon demons. They won't try and do, like, disrupt the order of things.
They won't fight back, right? They will go fight if I ask you to, right? If you know, like this is the thing, like you know, there's a wild thing when Dion and I are doing our Mormon thing, you know that the Mormons are the most, they make up a higher percentage in the government than any other minority in America. There are more Mormons in the military, in the CIA, and the FBI than any other minority group. Why? Because they don't do drugs and they love the state and they're willing to die for the state. And like, there's nothing more that America wants. So America would love to have everyone be Mormon, you know?
It's so weird that you said that, but yeah, it's so true. Like, yeah, you
Think
just,
about it.
like, you grow up Mormon. I just remember growing up Mormon, like, you would never, like, you would always say the Pledge of Allegiance and shit. It's like always about serving the country and God and your country and all that shit. You know,
You
like,
know,
it's
and
about
this
being
is
the
the
most
thing. You're the most obedient. It's
tight-laced, obedient, square stuff you could do, basically. That's Mormonism.
Yep. And then what you do is you go and you beat up anyone who doesn't fit in the box. If you can't fit within the square peg, then we will kill you. No allowance for round pegs, only square pegs.
Yeah, they'll excommunicate people that speak out in church and like all types of stuff. And they encourage people to be like, well, if they're just not very spiritual, then you better just stay away from them and be like, and pray for them and all this stuff. It's really sad. And people make up miracles to justify what's going on in their life. They'll be like, it's a miracle that this guy talked to me after I got divorced. It's like, people are finding any ways to relate God into their lives when it's not related.
Well, you know what it is like I don't necessarily see that as a bad thing. And if you were doing it in a normal way, not connecting it to Mormonism, if you're just connecting it to, oh, that makes life more magical, or that gives my life some kind of meaning, but you make it personal. You make it personal. It doesn't have to be about some external book. No one's telling you to go tithe more. No one's telling you to go kneel before the Jesus cross more, Like, it's okay. Like, life is confusing. Life is crazy. No one knows what the fuck is going on. Whatever you need to tell yourself. And if you're going to, oh, I didn't get hit by that car. It's a miracle. God saved me. Sure. But don't go and then give all your money to Jesus. Go and live your life if that helps you understand that situation, right? Maybe something magical did happen, but it doesn't have to, like, my issue is that then something spiritual happened to me. Now I got to go change my life into submit. Why? Like, that's your result?
I don't.
You have a magical experience and now what? You turn into an asshole?
Like, people talk about like Constantine. There's no evidence that he was ever actually a Christian in the way that people think. And it's just like the way that people think that, oh, they spread Christianity. No, they exploited people and then taught them Christianity and then state enforced that. And it's just messed up. Like, it's not even Christianity, like, in any ethical sense.
Like, I look at it the same way, like, you look at a character like Constantine. It doesn't matter if he was Christian or not. What did he do? He exploited a situation. There were tons of mercenary Christian bands around. And by telling that story and raising the Cairo, he was able to unite all of these additional soldiers. And that's the only reason he won. Christianity is only the Roman religion because a bunch of crazy Christians went and followed him in a moment of desperation. That's it. History could have played out a million different ways, And it's hard to say. I mean, he was pressing coins with Magna Mater on it in his lifetime. He didn't even get baptized until his deathbed. Now, I know that was a Christian thing at the time because you're like, if I'm going to get baptized, I want to do it right before I die so that I can stop all my sins. But also maybe that was a thing that the priests did to him on his deathbed because he was fucking dying. We don't know, right?
It's such a funny logical fallacy. It's like, well, I better get baptized when I'm dead, but if we don't baptize the infants right before they're born, then they're going to hell.
Well, I know it's this. It's
like,
because the whole baptism thing is stupid. Because the whole baptism thing is stupid. If you need a rite, or you're doomed to eternal hellfire, then like I don't understand how Christians can't see this, right? But so they have to come up with all loopholes, right? They invent purgatory, or you invent things like, well, those who haven't heard about Jesus are okay, So then we have to go and tell all those who haven't heard about Jesus. So then the worst thing someone can do to you as a non-believer, as an ignorant person, is to be told about Jesus. Because as soon as you hear about Jesus, now you can be held for eternal sin. Like, it's just such fucking nonsense. Like, the amount of the shit that they got to jump through to make it work and to make it justified, Like, it defies basic logic.
Yeah, and I love what we've done tonight. Like, we've really, like, we're trying to put something together that's cohesive because, like, Neil, he still believes in all this bullshit about Christianity. Like, I don't know what he believes at this point, because, you know, he's been on streams, you know. I think he's just honestly malicious and trying to hurt people's feelings and stuff. Like, I don't
think,
know what his
yeah,
point is.
you know what I think it is I honestly think that he was hurt. I think here's what it is. He didn't want to get uncomfortable, and he didn't want to have to fully support Ammon. And then when he didn't fully support Ammon, Ammon said, bye. That was a consequence. So then Neil felt really upset. He tried to go back and make amends, and Ammon said, no. So then Neil freaked out, you know, and he got upset. And then Ammon made fun of him. So now Neil has been humiliated. There's no way for him to come back into the group. He feel, you know, so much of this is just stupid young man shit, teenage boy shit. He was hurt by someone that he admired and was humiliated, and now he's out to burn the world down because he was humiliated. But it has nothing to do with belief. It has nothing to do with the truth. I don't think Neil really gives a shit about any of this, really.
Yeah, like,
You know?
honestly, like, the stuff that I've said to him, all the arguments I've said are pretty funny in retrospect when you really put it in perspective. Because, like, when you consider the things I've told him, like that there are no ancient Semitic texts that record what the letter names were, like Aleph, Beta, Gimel, you realize that people that say, oh, Alpha isn't a native Greek word, aren't telling the truth. Because if anything, it's a Pelasgian word. If they want to say, oh, it's not technically a Greek word, well, they classify Pelasgian as technically different than Greek, but it's still Greek, you know. Like, they're just using a different vocabulary. That, like, Pelasgian words like thalassy for sea end up in Greek anyway. So it's really strange, like, the gymnastics.
We got to think about the psychology of it, you know, because, okay, you know, it's easy to just call people names and dismiss them. I don't necessarily think it's a money thing. I think it's a cult of personality thing. You know, people have now empowered Gnostic to be anti-Ammon, and they pay him to be anti-Ammon, and they celebrate him to be. You're doing the good
there's
fight.
like 100 people maybe that just sit there and like, go Gnostic, and get him.
And anyone who experiences that is going to be like, oh my God, it boosts me up. Like, because, but you know, like Neil knocked me and made fun of me wearing women's clothes, and he knows that I'm non-binary. Do I think that Neil is malicious against trans people? No. I think he's malicious against Ammonites, and he wanted to shame
he's homophobic because, like, one, he can't accept the homosexual things Jesus does, and
there is
two,
definitely a little bit of
dress up and do
homophobia
the
there.
Fight Club thing, which is like, why wouldn't you just do that, bro? Like, it's just,
there is a little bit of
wrong with
homophobia that there is a tiny bit, but I don't really think he's really homophobic. I think his thing is he's just an angry prick. He's just an angry prick, and he has an ecosystem of other angry pricks who empower him to be a bigger angry prick. You know, I mean, I don't think it's nothing that could. There's nothing that grandiose about it. You know, he was hurt. He lost his friend. He was humiliated. Now he's out for vengeance, and there's a whole group who wants to see blood, and they're throwing money at him.
It's just hilarious, like, the logical fallacies that he's displaying. Like, he's just saying, look, I found the word Aleph. Yeah, but it's not recorded as ever being a letter name. So good job. You found the word for cow. But cow is never recorded as a letter name. So that theory of linguistics was made up in the 18th century. So how can he continue to say the stuff that he does, like Hebrew's super ancient and all this stuff, and like, oh, disregard everything Ammon says? It's like, dude, there's huge problems with the things that he's saying at this point. Like, it's going against the things he's said in the past. He's going against his own word. Because he used to be on stream saying Hebrew was made up and that it's a later invention. Like yes, that's a fact. Like, but now he's backtracked on it, so it's really a shame. I think it's a plain shame.
Oh, it's absolutely a shame. It's absolutely a shame, and it just shows you that he isn't really invested in the work. He's more invested in the friends and the fame.
It's been over 2 years and he still hasn't completed the 20 units of the Greek. How is that possible? Like, I mean,
Well, he's
it's
busy man, and
possible.
he's not really
It's
doing it,
possible. But yeah,
right?
he wouldn't care enough to do that to prove us wrong. So he doesn't care about the truth.
Well, he's not invested. He doesn't. He. You know, he's invested in managing his channel and getting views and getting attention and paying his bills. And those people who pay his bills are his friends and his family and his community. And they don't like Ammon anymore. And they pay him now to be anti-Ammon. And I think
I
it's
think
really that
so.
simple. He would say it's different, but I think it's that simple.
I think it's
Honestly.
true. Like his viewership's like, no, we don't like Ammon, and there's like, oh, now I have to be an anti-Ammon.
Well, this was the big
Yeah.
when Ammon blew up and things started to get huge. All these scholars came around and they were like, Neil, we don't like this, and we're not going to want to look with you. Do you think like that? Well, Neil's like, no, I don't think like that. I'm the neutral party. I'm the neutral party. You know. And but like you can't be neutral on these things. Like, is Hebrew a conlang or is it not? Like
It's so
that's not
nuclear.
something you can be neutral on, you know?
Like the fallout is so like radioactive. Like you can't avoid the questions that come with these subjects. Like
What
it either
what I
is
will what I you know what I will say about Neil, what shocked me and is so insane, is how angry and how intense he's gotten. He doesn't know who the hell you are, and he's screaming at the top of his lungs the R word at you. Like not once, like a dozen times. I've never seen something so ridiculous. Like you
I'm
triggered him so hard.
because he knows he's wrong. Because he knows that me, a random person, has come up and proved him wrong. And it's funny because he didn't bring up a text that showed that, oh, this letter is called Aleph. He didn't show a text that ever, there's no evidence for that, that was my whole argument. Like, and the fact that he can't provide that and he just sat there, called me names, muted me, silenced me, and then just like flashed up BS and tried to say that's my proof. When one, it's it's just sad.
And then
Like I've
like,
made
you know,
videos about it on my channel, and it's just like making fun of him, and it's just like
it's ridiculous. You
that's
know,
what he's enabled me to do through
right.
his stupidity.
That's true. He has given you a platform and he has given you focus, which is interesting, you know. And but I also think like I didn't watch all of
Because he
it
knows
because
it's wrong.
I didn't watch all of it. I wound up passing out through it. It just turned into screeching. But I
I
did
know
watch
it's
a bunch of the debate with LH. And I got up to the point where they're talking about the lexicons, and Neil is trying to say that when three lexicons agree, that the lexicon isn't saying that's what the word means. And I'm just like, no, lexicons tell you what the context of the word, what it may mean, right? But if you got three different lexicons all giving you the same context, I think it's a pretty fair statement to say this is what the context of the word. But Neil's like, no, to say the word means that is jumping, and you're not utilizing a lexicon right. Like it was insane.
I mean, if you look in Greek lexicons for Neoniskos, you're gonna get even better results than what he thinks. You know, so it's
Right.
pretty sad.
It is sad. But
And
hey.
I like he was talking to LH, and he finally was like, I don't know. That's where I was like, damn it, damn him, because what he did was he diverged the entire discussion and got him talking about the pyramids for fucking hours, and I was like, God damn it, damn you, Neil. He moved this subject to something that is easy to just talk about nonstop, and I was just like, damn it, this has nothing to do with anything that's relevant. But here he is defending this because he knows that if he can just sit here and blather, then he's stalling, you know?
It's what you always see. It's classic debate bro shit. You look at your opponent and you find what is their most hyperbolic take? What is their most extreme statement that they've ever made? Let me climp chip it. Let me play it on repeat and let me argue that point. Don't let them change. No, you said this. This is what we're arguing. You know, it's like that's stupid. You know, you're not debating me now. You're debating a comment I made, right?
What's pretty hilarious is that LH's video got more views and likes than the little thing that he did. Like, it's pretty funny. So I think it was highly successful. But
Yeah, I wonder what Neil's going to do in the fallout. I'm sure he's pretty upset about it all. So
I want him to
we'll
make an
see.
apology video. I'm like, and then just I don't know. I think that'd be funny. I want him to make
I
an
mean,
apology.
he won't make an apology video. He will not. There's no way in hell. That guy came after people like he was showing up in my emails trashing me, and I tried to be fairly polite to him, but he's just, he's
You
out
didn't
for
have to
blood
bring
and
it
out
up.
for war. Anyone who's friends with Ammon is a cult member. Anyone who thinks these kind of ideas is drank the Kool-Aid and is an idiot. Ammon has lied about every single thing he's ever said. He's just vindictive to get Ammon. And what's so silly about all of this is all this, like we said, all this does is make Neil look like a flippin' idiot and
Yeah,
make
he's just
everyone,
projecting.
yeah. And it's going to make a few people double down on him and give him more money and feed the fighting. But he's turning into a lol cow. People are going to start watching him as a lol cow.
People are already upset that he's made like 4 videos in a row about the Lady Babylon stuff. It's like every video he makes where he's like trying to debunk this is just making him look bad. Like
go get another scholar. Go get another scholar or my thing with Neil is like, quit trying to debate people. Make a proper video. Do what LH did. Make a proper video. Formulate your arguments. Give me something real. But even then, I'm not going to watch it. But hey, it'll make you feel good.
He can't. He knows that he's wrong on a lot of levels.
That's the thing. He doesn't. When you start to look into the parallels of the Neoniskos Mark, it's all this PGM stuff. Like we just went through all of these magical rites. What do you think Jesus is doing? The parallels are there. And here's the thing: even if that wasn't happening in the source text, it's inspiring the Christians later. They're doing it. They keep doing it.
That's why I like Dion's point. Like, even if it wasn't, even if Neil thinks, oh, he was 20, or like, it doesn't matter. He's with a naked guy, and he's probably giving him a circumcision. Like, that's the context of what's going on. So is that like not weird at all? He's like, oh yeah, we just passed that up. Let's pay attention to Ammon and what he's got going on. Okay, what about Jesus and the naked boy in the garden, and the stuff that's going on there?
Right, and people just need to wake up. It's a religion of control that's out to demonize women and homosexuals. That's out to destroy the world. It's a death cult. It's all about empowering a patriarchal, capitalistic hyperclass. Like, how can you not see this shit? It's fucking everywhere.
I've seen it. Like, personally, I've seen it. I know people that are truly deplorable in the ways that they think because of the money that they have and like the Christianity that they partake in. And it makes me sick. It makes me honestly sick the way that people think that they can justify their prejudices and stuff through Christianity and monotheism. It's like, I wish people would spend more time teaching each other this stuff earlier on, so that those sort of interactions wouldn't happen. But we have to do that in the future. Like, that's all we can do.
This is why we got to build the Renaissance. This is why we got to learn Mother Greek. By going back and learning the Greek, we are reclaiming our cultural heritage. We are going back to our actual root of Western civilization, and we're throwing off the shackles of 2,000 years of oppression.
Very long time.
And we're sparking a new Renaissance. The Renaissance wasn't as successful as it could have been, but it was a big success. It helped break us free from so much of that Christian oppression. We need Renaissance 2.0 to finish the job,
Yeah, what we need is modern Greeks to start pronouncing the vowels the way they did in ancient times. That's what we really need, because the ioticisms and the shortening of vowels is a result of the Byzantine era and Christianization and all types of terrible things that basically butchered the language in some ways.
Takes away the melodious, magical nature of it. You know,
there's no dative case in the modern Greek.
You know, and the ancient Greek, right? Here's the thing: is it's a natural language that evolved out of the natural energy of the earth, right? There's a lot of great indigenous languages like this, you know, but like English it's a modern capitalist construction, right? Hebrew is a conlang, it's a construction. These are designed to imprison us. These are languages of social control, you know, and we need to reject that shit. Go back to our early core root, right?
It's freeing on all fronts, because when you realize the scale of what's available to learn within Greek, then it becomes apparent that that should be the main focus of study for anyone that's interested in history or classics or
and look at this too.
nature.
You know, Peter Thiel was also, you know what else Peter Thiel and those guys were yelling about that they said was evil and needed to be eradicated, besides young women? The humanities, the classics. They want to get rid of Greek and Latin. They want to get rid of sociology and anthropology, because this stuff teaches us how to be kind. This stuff teaches us about real people, gives us an alternative to their fucking religion.
Yeah, and well, it's not it's reality. It's reality versus the lies. You know, it's like it's giving us dimensions of reason versus misunderstanding and imagination. Like, because that's the only thing that I personally was left with when I was a Christian long ago was, oh, I can just imagine. It's a fantasy. You just don't know any better. You just imagine everything's going to work out in the end.
Yep.
Even when
Jesus
you're
will
fucking
save
dying.
you. Jesus saves. Heaven is waiting, right?
Yeah, you could be dying physically and, oh yeah, just keep chugging. That's what's terrible. Like, people will die that way, not knowing.
You know, Christianity empowers slavery. It wants you to be a slave. It tells the slave not to free itself. Jesus Christ tells the slaves themselves, don't revolt against your master. Instead, relish in the slavery. Be the best slave possible. That's what we're all meant to be, are just good little slaves. It's fucking insane. But we should start winding down here.
Yeah, I think that was a good way to end it, because, like, with my presentation, that's kind of what my point was. Like, the institution of slavery and obedience in a religious context, even in polytheistic religions, is ancient. So there's no reason that wouldn't have transferred over to something that's literally blending all those elements together. You know?
Yep. Right. And our modern religious systems are these forms of control. It's the marrying of the political, the military, and the religion, or in the spiritual, into one kind of formal system that fucked us, you know?
Yeah. And I think the awareness is at a certain degree where people are becoming more aware of the things that we're talking about. You know, the fact that it's available for us to research and learn shows that, yes, little by little, this information's been leaked out. And yes, there are people that were extremely knowledgeable and understood that back in these times, this is what was taking place. And, you know, it's not crazy to say that Jesus was a pedophile, you know, like,
no,
pederasty and all of that stuff was occurring in his time and in his environment and in the books that he was reading and in the people that he lived with and in the religion that he practiced. So it's not ridiculous and it's not strange to say that.
No. And here's the thing. It's like, we need to be honest and just face the reality. Jesus Christ was a man. The biggest problem is that people want to believe that he's a god, and he's not a god. He was a man. He was a human, fallible person doing human, fallible things, you know? And if you believe in that, then all of a sudden, when you look at the man, he's hanging around with a bunch of half-naked boys. you know, right? Doing magical rites and raising the dead and healing the sick. What the hell do you think he is? What do you think he's doing? You know, like everyone should go read Lucian's Alexander, right? Where he talks about the false prophet Alexander. And this is a parody of Jesus, right? Alexander makes his own cult where he has a giant fake talking snake puppet. And he almost starts a revolt in Rome, almost overthrows all of Rome, right? There's no difference between Alexander and Jesus. It's just that Jesus was smart enough not to have a puppet.
Yeah, well, he wasn't smart enough to. I don't know, because Judas is the one. You saw him using all the drugs, and then next thing you know, when he's trying to do these rituals, then Judas is there, and he's like, "Yep, that's the one." Goes up and kisses him, and then he's getting arrested. Like,
wow.
so I think it's just crazy. Like, people don't even think, like, okay, what is going on? And he's kissing him. Come on, guys. Like, this is way sexual. Why is he with a kid? I mean, the English says he's with a youth that fled. Like, that's just so
Naked. He fled
Yes, naked.
naked. When he fled, the sindon falls off and he runs naked. Why is Jesus hanging out with a young naked man in a public space at 4 a.m?
And see, that's what's brought us here, because we know that culturally, religiously, anthropologically, that's the sort of environment that he was living in enabled that. You know, like, that was pretty much normal back then for him. Well, it wasn't normal for the Romans, but it was normal where he came from to do things like that.
Yeah.
So that's what he was caught doing, you know?
Yeah. He was caught at 4 a.m. in a public park with a naked boy. And with that, I think we should end it. All right, Josh, this was so much fun. Everyone, make sure you go subscribe to Josh's channel, Yo Setsul. You can see it in the description below. Please also make sure to go subscribe to our other guests. So big shout out and thank yous to Maddalena, to Tiger Shark, and to Dion. And we are going to be back hopefully next week with part 2, because there's still wild stuff to dive into with this. Do you want to come back, Josh, and talk to us again? More wildness with Jesus?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
Amazing, amazing. Well, we look forward to talking to you soon, everyone. So peace and love, and we'll play you guys our outro. So take care.
Thank you,
And thank you
everyone.
guys. 4 hours. This has been a great stream. Thanks, Josh.
It was
So much fun.
amazing. It was so awesome. Thank you so much, Snappy. And thank you, Dion, Maddalena, and also Tiger Shark. Thank you so much.
All right. Take care, guys. Peace.